Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddhang saranam gacchami.
Dhammang saranam gacchami.
Dhammang saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sanghang saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddham saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi sangham saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddham saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi sangham saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranam gacchami.
Tisarana gamanang sampunnam.
Amabante.
Panatipata veravani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Anatipata veramani sikapadang samadhiyami.
Adinnādāna veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinadana veramani sikapadang samadhiyami.
Abrahmacharya veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Abrahmacharya veramani sikapadang samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikapadang samadhiyami.
Surameraya majjapamadatthana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Suramerya Matchapamatana Veramani Sikapadang Samadhiyami.
Vikhala bhojana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Vikala Bhojana Veramani Sikapadang Samadhiyami.
Nachcha gita vadita visuka dassana mala gandha vilepana dharana mandana vibhusanattana veramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami.
Natchagita Varita Visukadasana Mala Gandha Vilepana Dharana Mandana Vibhusanatthana Veramani Sikapadang Samadhiyami.
Uchchāsayana mahāsayana veramani sikkhapadam samadhiyami.
Uchasayana Mahasayana Veramani Sikapadang Samadhiyami.
Imang attanga silam samadhiyami.
Imangatanga Silang Samadhiyami. Imangatanga Silang Samadhiyami. Imangatanga Silang Samadhiyami.
Tisaranena sadding attanga silang dhammang samadhitva sadhukam surakkitang kattva appamaadena sampade tabbang.
Amabante.
Sīlena suggatim yanti sīlena bhoga sampada sīlena nibbhutim yanti tasmā sīlam visodhaye.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have a 5 minutes break for you to ready for 9:30 program with Bante Ji. Uh, Bante Ji's program will start with brief meditation, and after the meditation, he will conduct his Dhamma sermon until 10:45. You all can use this opportunity as a break. Please join with us again 9:30 a.m. If you, as I mentioned before, if you have any questions, any matters regarding this program, you can directly dial up our office phone line. Uh, our office manager Jeff is there to help you, and also you can use the chat box to uh, uh, send us any message. Then we can come to you through that chat box. Okay, thank you very much. Then you can take this opportunity as a break. Let us start our meditation and Dhamma talks 9:30 advantage.
Kusanta's iPad.
Okay, Bante, Bante Ji.
Yeah. Where is Metta Sutta?
We'll start with the Metta Sutta.
I can share it. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Today we are going to start our retreat. First of all, we must recite Metta Sutta, Metta meditation. You can see it on the screen, and let us begin. May all beings be happy and secure. May all beings have happy minds. Whatever living beings there may be, without exception, weak or strong, long, large, medium, short, subtle or gross, visible or invisible, living near or far, born or coming to birth, may all beings have happy minds. Let no one deceive another, nor despise anyone anywhere, neither from anger nor ill will should anyone wish harm to another. As a mother would risk her own life to protect her only child, even so towards all living beings one should cultivate a boundless heart. One should cultivate for all the world a heart of boundless loving friendliness, above, below and all around, unobstructed, without hate or resentment, whether standing, walking, sitting, lying down or whenever awake. One should develop this mindfulness. This is called divinely dwelling here, not falling into erroneous views, but virtuous and endowed with vision, removing desires for sensual pleasures. One comes never again to birth in the womb. This is very marvelous, wonderful thought to begin any meditation at any time. So with this very noble thought, divine thought, as Buddha said, Brahma Vihara, these are divine thought, noble thought, Brahma thought. Keeping this thought in mind, let us begin our practice. Now, sit in a very comfortable posture and keep it straight, upright and relaxed. And then pay total, undivided, mindful attention to your breath. Mindful attention is the attention without greed, hatred and delusion, just to see what is there without adding anything or subtracting anything, without using any emotion. Just notice what is there. You can see, then you begin to experience while you are paying total, undivided, mindful attention to your breath. First thing you notice is the touch of breath at the tip of your nostrils, and then breath reaching your lungs, expanding lungs, and then expanding your lower abdomen. As we breathe out, the lower abdomen contracts, chest area contracts, the breath leaves the nostrils. These are invariable functions that take place while we are breathing in and out. We have no way to know it other than feeling. We cannot see it, but we feel the touch. And notice this touch, this feeling is changing. Anything that contacts the nostrils, anything that contacts the lungs and chest area, that also is impermanent, changing. So we see the feeling that arises at the tip of your nostrils as we breathe in and out, and the breath are changing. Then when these are changing, also you notice your breath changing, the feelings changing, perception changing, thoughts changing, consciousness changing. As they keep changing incessantly, you cannot hold on to anything. Everything is arising and passing away without leaving any trace behind. There is no fixed anything. Everything is in a state of flux. You can experience that. Your body, feeling, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness, they all are constantly changing. Then there is no room in the mind for desire to hold on to anything. Because we are mindful, with mindfulness we see things are changing. And then the mind becomes relaxed, the body becomes relaxed, the breath becomes relaxed. Only when we try to hold on to something, then rigidity, uptightness can arise in our mind. So when we let go of this reality, let go of this whatever is happening without holding, then our greed fades away. Greed is one of the 5 hindrances, also a fetter. So we try to attack it by very gentle, mindful way of letting it go. As we relax, the body relax, mind relax, the breath relax, this is the state where the feeling of metta, feeling of divine thought, divine feeling, compassion, a loving friendliness particularly, begins to take root. We feel the loving friendliness. Why? Because this is the universal nature of all existing things. So we notice this relaxed moment and metta feeling at the same time. And then hatred, resentment, anger fades away. That is the second hindrance. When that fades away, then we become further relaxed and more mindful, then compassion arises. Compassion arises in us because there are so many suffering beings who are very much like us, breathing, living, feeling beings, and we feel compassion for them. This is not something we deliberately, artificially create. This happens in our mind as mind becomes clearer and clearer and clearer, purer and purer. When the pure and clear state of mind, compassion arises very naturally. With this compassion, our thought of cruelty, hurting thought will not arise. That thought will fade away. So, that is the third hindrance of restlessness, worry, that fades away. When it fades away, when restlessness fades away, mind becomes even further calm, relaxed and peaceful. This is not sluggish, sleepy mental state. This is the state where more and more energy arises in our mind. This energy is a spiritual energy, not physical hypertension, but mental energy aroused by spiritual urgency. We see very necessary practice for liberating ourselves, and that gives us additional energy to continue the practice. Then we keep practicing and practicing. Then when energy arises as a result of this seeing this reality, joy arises, and then our sleepiness and drowsiness fade away. When energy arises, joy arises, sleepiness and drowsiness fade away. Then seeing all this happening within us, this is very natural, normal thing. This we don't learn from books or somebody, but we experience it within ourselves. Then confidence arises in us. Then our doubt, that is the last hindrance, fade away. When all these 5 hindrances fade away, mind becomes even more calm, relaxed and peaceful. That is called passaddhi. Passaddhi means tranquility. Tranquil state of mind arises. When the mind is tranquil, calm, relaxed, and when everything is going on very smoothly, harmoniously, then we gain concentration. This is another very important moment in this practice, concentration. We see mindfulness, we began with the mindfulness, end in concentration. We practice both together. When we gain concentration, we return to our mindfulness, because in the concentrated state of mind, we see the minutest, very deepest changes taking place. With mindfulness, we see things changing, and coupled with concentration, our awareness of minutest changes becomes more conspicuous, very clear. And that is the state where our greed, hatred and delusion fade away more permanently. Perhaps this can even lead to our total liberation. So friends, this practice, though it is very short, instructions are very short, and when you keep practicing, you will see the results for yourself. Now friends, these are the instructions for meditation. Now I like to talk on this theme. This is what is called come and see. Come and see, that is my topic. What I mentioned in this short instruction is what we see within ourselves. The come and see is a very powerful point in the Dhamma Anupassana. Dhamma Anupassana, we have Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditthiko Akaliko Ehi Passiko Opanaiko Pacchattam Veditabbo Vinyuhi. Swakhata Dhamma means the Dhamma taught by the Buddha is well taught. Well taught means there is no patchwork, no addition, no subtraction. It is perfect in the beginning, middle and end. Beginning is morality, middle is concentration, end is wisdom. When the morality is very good, practicing concentration is very easy. You can see it within yourself. This is another example of come and see. When we hear this phrase or sentence, come and see, this I have repeated many times and I don't mind repeating it again. Come and see is an invitation. When we receive an invitation, we must ask 3 questions. Question number 1, who sent the invitation? Number 2, to go where? Number 3, to see what? These are the 3 questions we must ask. For the first question, who sent the invitation? Answer is nobody. And second question, to go where? Answer is nowhere. Third question is to see what? Answer is nothing. So this invitation seems like senseless invitation. When we look at it from the Dhamma angle, this makes a whole lot of sense. Invitation, some people think the Buddha sent the invitation. Friends, Buddha did not send any invitation to anybody asking people to come with their family and enjoy the day. The invitation comes from the Dhamma. Dhamma invites us. Where is Dhamma that invites us? It is not anywhere outside ourselves, that is within us. In my earlier instructions, I mentioned how we gain concentration, and that we see within ourselves. We don't learn it from books. Of course, with theories we learn from books. Through discussion we learn certain things. But the real seeing the Dhamma is within us. We have to see all this theory and put theory into practice, and we see the results within ourselves. That is Sila, Samadhi, Panya. When we practice Sila, it is, I say, is a sealant. Sealant is covering the holes, cracks. So we practice this so that we will not have any discrepancies in our practice, moral behavior. Ordinary people, they living a household life, can practice the 5 precepts, and that is plenty for them. They can practice that diligently, mindfully. Why is that? When they practice sila and try to practice meditation, then they will not feel remorseful. They won't regret. They won't repent. They won't be upset. So, however, we cannot wait until our morality is perfect to practice. With all imperfect morality, we keep practicing. As we practice, we learn where we make mistakes, where we come short of the practice. Then we correct that particular part. So that also happens within ourselves. This is the way. This also is another way of seeing the Dhamma within oneself. Then when we practice concentration like that, we gain wisdom. To gain wisdom, we certainly have to meditate with mindfulness, and then we gain wisdom. So this system taught by the Buddha in this way is called Swakkhata, well-expounded Dhamma. Then Sandittika, Dhamma is to be seen in this life, within this life. We don't have to die to understand, realize Dhamma. In this very life, through our daily practice, daily living, we can see this Dhamma. And therefore it is to be seen within this life, in this life itself. Akalika is another quality of the Dhamma. Akalika means unaffected by time. The Dhamma works the same way all through, from time immemorial to the infinity, without any change. Everything changes. This truth doesn't change. That means Dhamma's efficacy, Dhamma's power remains the same. For instance, when we practice metta today, we experience great peace, solace and comfort. If we practice metta 10 years, 50 years, 100 years ago, thousands of years ago, if anybody practiced metta, the results would have been the same. Similarly, when someone practices metta in future, any time the results would be the same. Similarly, when we have greed, at the moment greed arising, pain or suffering arises. The greed and suffering are almost identical. In the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, Buddha said, Idang uchyati bhikkhave dukkhang dukkha samudayo arya satyang. At the end of the section about the places where he mentioned greed arising, he mentioned 60 places that greed arises in our life every single day. 60 places greed arises. And at the end of that particular section, Buddha said, Idang uchyati bhikkhave dukkha samudayo arya satyang. Because this is called the arising of dukkha, suffering. He talked about greed and said this is the origin arising of suffering. That means greed and suffering are identical. When greed arises, suffering arises. This is the rule or law of dependent origination. When greed arises, suffering arises. Dependent origination says, when this arises, this arises. When this exists, this exists. When this passes away, this passes away. When this does not exist, this does not exist. That means when greed arises, greed is, suffering is. And greed arises, suffering arises. And greed exists, suffering exists. Greed passes away, suffering passes away. So we can see that this very nature of Dhamma in us right now. It has been the same way in the past and in future. That is called akalika. When you have hatred, you suffer. When you don't have hatred, you don't suffer from that. Hatred arises with suffering. And so forth, all this we can see within us. That is called akalika dhamma. And that also, in other words, seeing the truth within ourselves, seeing the Dhamma within ourselves, this is another reason that Dhamma invites us to come and see. Akaliko ehipassiko. Ehipassika reads, come and see. Now, the Dhamma for us to see is not in books. Books explain the theory. Any books explain theory. Entire Tipitaka explains the theory. But the results we have to experience by ourselves. You can see in your life everything 100% true only if we keep practicing. It becomes very clear to us when we practice. If we do not practice, nothing will be clear to us. So, this is what is called come and see. Ehipasika. Opanayika means this gives additional courage, what do you call, hope for us to continue the practice, to follow the steps. That is leading onwards. Once we start practicing, the results become more and more clear, and that would encourage us to move forward. That is the nature of Dhamma. That is Opanayika. Opanayika is leading onwards. Leading onwards, we have to keep practicing it again and again in order to see how it move us forward. So, friends, I like to spend a few more minutes encouraging you all to do some practice with all these instructions in mind. And then last, Pachattang Vidabho Vinyohi, each and every wise individual can realize this Dhamma within oneself. All these are the factors that we see in this Dhamma. And therefore it is called come and see. Come and see. Now, with this instructions, I like to pause for us to spend some time in meditation so that you can see how all that I mentioned so far work within you. And this is the best time for us to think of the Dhamma within us in meditation. So there is no other way to come and see, no other way to come and see the Dhamma within ourselves in our own practice. Now let us spend some times, we will ring the bell at certain time before this session is over, and then we meditate.
Today, I'm going to reveal 2 proteins that make your arthritis pain worse. If you have arthritis, you need to see this. My name is Faith Hibachi, and I'm the Senior Arthritis Correspondent for healthandwellnesstools.com. And the information I'm about to share with you is based on findings. There are a lot of misunderstanding about anti-segmentation. Some people මට call කරනවද WhatsApp එකේ? Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Hello. කොහොමද ජූලයි? හා? ඔයා දැන් සර්ජරි එක කරනවා නම් කරමු ජූලයියේ. හා? ડોક્ટર හම්බ වෙන්න. අපි දෙන්න සල්ලි ඉතින් ඔක්කොම ඔයා කරලා කරමු සර්ජරි එක. ආමිගෙන් කරන්න කිව්වා.
Surgery කියන්නේ need request වලද? ඔව්. ඔව්. ඒ දුක වේදනාවක් කියන්නේ කවුරු කරන්නේ? need වලද answer වෙන්නේ. need. Doctor
dukkha pattaca nidukkha, bhaya pattaca nibhaya, soka pattaca nisoka, hontu sabbe pipanino. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear-struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. So too may all beings be. With this metta thought, let us focus our mind on all those who are suffering and share our metta with them. And we want to wish all those who are suffering from this COVID-19 recover very quickly and return to their normal, regular, healthy life and continue their Dhamma practice so that they realize Dhamma and they understand the truth and the nature of life and continue to live in good health for a long time and liberate themselves from samsaric suffering. May those who have lost their loved ones and grieving, may they recover from this grief and return to their regular, normal life to continue the practice of Dhamma and liberate themselves not only grief in this life but grief in samsaric existence and attain liberation. And there are many very marvelous, compassionate, frontline workers, doctors, nurses, and hospital staffs who are doing their jobs not as a job but as a very compassionate act, risking their own lives, and may they never get this virus and let them continue their marvelous, compassionate service in good health and live long in very good health and attain liberation. There are many leaders who are trying very hard in many ways to bring this vaccine. That has been several vaccines, several companies have developed, and let them reach people as quickly as possible, and they may be free from this COVID-19 and live long in very good health, in harmony and peace with their own regular jobs and families and friends, and get involved in their regular activities as quickly as possible. And also I want to wish, there were many people who joined us this morning and today for this retreat, and their intention, of course, is a very noble intention. It is a spiritual intention. It is what is called niramisa intention without gaining, expecting any material gain. They simply want to develop their mind, cultivate their wisdom, and gain insight to live in peace and share peace with everybody. And so I want to thank them for participating in this very important virtual retreat. Even though it is virtual, I noticed there were more than 330 or 40 people participating, and may they continue their practice and share their peace with others and let them live in harmony and peace and continue to have peaceful world with good health and in a very harmonious way. With this, I want to end this morning session as we scheduled and see you later at 1 o'clock. We have another session with us at 1 o'clock, that is Q&A session, and if you have questions, please ask them at that time. Thank you.
And also 11 o'clock you can participate the Buddha Puja and chanting until that you have a break. Thank you.
Okay.
Sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Bante.
Thank you,
Sadhu, sadhu,
Bante.
sadhu.
Thank you, Bante. Thank you,
Thank
Brian.
you, Bante. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Bante. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Everyone, Saranai, Brian.
All of you helping Bante.
Everyone,
Thank you,
Saranai.
Brian. Thank
They're doing all their thank yous. Okay, good. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Jeff Beeson. I'm the office manager at Bhavana. Thank you for coming to our retreat and sharing the Lord Buddha's message. I want to let everybody know just quickly that we're on Facebook. We are on Twitter.
Jeff,
And
can you turn on your video? You can't
we
see
don't have
your
video on?
No.
Brian, we don't have video on. You all are better off for it, but here it comes.
No, I think that might be just the one person.
Oh, just one person. I also wanted to let everybody know that we come out with a newsletter, and you can go ahead and sign up by sending us an email. Our email address is info@bhavanasociety.org. That's info at Bhavana no spaces.org. Finally, just as the Lord Buddha never charged to share the dana, but relied on, or to share his teachings, but relied on dana. So that's how we operate. We rely 100% on charitable contributions. If you feel that you'd like to contribute to Bhavana Society, then you can do that by PayPal on the website. You can also do it through mail. Or you can send us an email and we'll arrange a wire transfer. So thank you very much.
Okay. So why don't you tell them we'll be back for lunch at 11, the puja chanting at 11.
Oh, and please join us at 11 for the Buddha chanting of the Buddha Puja. That's it?
Where is Bhante Dhammaratana?
Right here.
Okay. Okay, let us offer the Buddha Puja. Now we want to share merits with all those who are suffering from COVID-19 and wishing them peace and happiness, and all those who are supporting them to get recover soon, doctors, nurses, and so on. May they all share our merits and have peace and happiness. With this metta thought, let us offer the Buddha Puja. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma Nivedayami sambuddham vitaragam mahamunim Nityayami sugata puripanya tathagata sarapadityena dipena tamadamsina Tilokadipan sambuddham pujayami tamonudam Gandhasambharayuttena dhupena sugandhina Pujaye pujaniyantam Pujabhajanamuttamam Vannagandha gunopetam Etam kusuma santatim Pujayami munindasya Shripada saroruhe Pujami buddham kusumena nena Punyena etena cevotu Puppang vilayati yataidam Kayo tatayati vina sabhavam Adivase tuno bhante Bhojanam parikapitam Anukampam upadaya Patiganhatu uttama Adivase tuno bhante Paniyam parikapitam Anukampam upadaya Patiganhatu uttama Adivase tuno bhante Sabbang saddhaya pujitam Anukampam upadaya patiganhatu uttama Akasatta ca bhummatta devanagamaya Punyantang anumoditva Chirang rakkantu sasanam Chirang rakkantu desanam Chirang rakkantu mang parang Ettavata jam hehi samvatam punya sampadam Sabbe deva anumodantu Sabbe bhuta anumodantu Sabbe satta anumodantu Sabba sampatti siddhya Kayena vacha cittena Pamadena maya katang Acchayam khamame bhante Bhuri panya tathagata Acchayam khamame dhamma Sandittika kalika Acchayam khamame sangha Supatipanna anuttara Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. go and accept
Close, we go and accept it.
accept the food.
Oh, I see. Right.
Okay.
It's been received, Bhante.
Okay, thank you. Patisankhayo niso pindapatang patisevami Namadaya namandanaya navibhusanaya Imasakaya satitiyaya punaya Tariyanugahaya iti puranancha Patiyankami navancha vedanang na uppa Yatra jame bhavisati anavajjata pasu Yata pacchayam pathamanam gatumattame vetang Tadupabunja koja puggalo dhatumattako nisatto Sabbo pranayam vindapato adigucchaniyo Ativiya digucchaniyo jayati sabbitiyo vivajjantu Mate bhavatvantarayo sukhidiga Abhivadana silissa nityang vada Ayuvanno sukham balang bhavatu sabba mangalam Devata sabba buddhanubhavena sabba sanghanubhavena sada sati bhavantu te. May all beings be happy and secure. May all beings have happy minds. Whatever living beings there may be, without exception, weak or strong, long, large, medium, short, subtle or gross, visible or invisible, living near or far, born or coming to birth. May all beings have happy minds. Let no one deceive another, nor despise anyone anywhere. Neither from anger nor ill will should anyone wish harm to another. As a mother who risks her own life to protect her only child, even so towards all living beings, one should cultivate a boundless heart. One should cultivate for all the world a heart of boundless loving friendliness, above, below, and all around, unobstructed, without hate or resentment, whether standing, walking, sitting, lying down, or in the way. One should develop this mindfulness. This is called divinely dwelling here, not falling into erroneous views, but virtuous and endowed with vision, removing desires for sensual pleasures. One comes never again to birth in the womb. Okay, have your lunch.
I hope, Brian, are you ready?
Brian,
Yes, Bante.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's get started. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. One quick housekeeping item. If you'd like to ask a short question to Bante Ji verbally, you can, as I mentioned at the introduction, you can press a button next to your name that says raise hand, or maybe it's under your name. I have enough questions here that came through email to get us through the whole period. But if anyone has any very short questions to ask, I think that would make this more interactive. And so I think you all might enjoy that. So think of any questions and raise your hand if you would like to ask it. I'll start with one of the questions that came via email. Dear Bante, by observing mental and physical phenomena every time they occur, one begins to realize that there is nothing but mental phenomena that experiences objects, and that physical phenomena cannot experience objects. Could you please comment on this?
yes, when you have any mental object that is really a mental phenomena, you remember things that you have seen, heard, smelled, and so on. When they appear again as a memory, that is a mental phenomena. And then that's not all you have in the mind at that time. You have a feeling or the perception and the thought about those phenomena, and you are conscious of those phenomena. Or when one phenomenon arises, or you can experience all the other coming along with that. That is what you call physical experiences, feeling, and so on. One phenomenon is mental, and others join it. You have both mentality and materiality work together at the same time. Mentality means the feeling, perception, thought, volitional formations, and conscious and attention. Physical phenomena is solidity, oscillation, and liquidity, and movement, motion element. These are all work together with consciousness. So there is not one single phenomena you experience at one time. At the same time, if you pay mindful attention, all of them are appearing in your mind. And at the same time, if you pay more mindful attention, you see them all appearing and disappearing, and in other words, all of them are changing, and they all are impermanent. That is the thing that you have to watch. Okay, next question.
Sadhu, Bante. Thank you very much. Okay, Bante, I think Dayani has a question. So Dayani, let me just unmute you here.
Yeah, Namo Buddhaya, Bante. The question will be for the metta loving kindness meditation. Can we send the metta to our deceased family? Thank you.
And for those of you who don't know, metta means loving friendliness.
Yeah.
In Pali, the language that the Buddha that was spoken around the time of the Buddha.
So what is the question again?
The question is, Bante, if we can do metta meditation or send our metta to our deceased family.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Now, no, you cannot send metta to the deceased family because that is very strictly, clearly stated in, especially in Visuddhimagga, where metta meditation is explained. And for practical purposes, that is not going to work. When you send metta to someone who is already passed away, then you are thinking of not the dead person, but the person who lived before the person passed away. So it is better not to think of dead person, but also another thing very important, don't focus your mind on one particular person or particular group. Or when you send metta, it has to be universal metta. The universal metta practice is, as we recite every day, we don't pick one particular group or person. We put all of them together as living, breathing beings. And therefore, I think if you focus on one person or group of people, and then your metta practice is not universal, it will be sort of limited. And therefore, practice metta for all living beings, and your deceased relatives, if wherever they are born, they also may fall into the same category. You are not practicing metta meditation to the dead person. You are practicing metta to living person. The dead person is born and living somewhere, either in a womb or born into a full-fledged person.
Right. Thank you very much, Bante.
You are welcome. Next question.
Thank you, Bante. Let's go back to the questions that came in via email. The next question is, I heard a Vajrayana practitioner say that there are no references in the suttas to keeping one's eyes closed in meditation. Is that true?
That is true. That is true. There is no any specific instruction regarding how we keep our minds open or closed. Yes, that is true.
Okay, thank you, Bante. That was a short answer. Short and sweet. So the next question is from Vic. So Vic, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and ask Bante Ji.
Thank you. Bante Ji, I had a question about mindfulness. I practice and understand mindfulness as the practice of sati and sampajanya at all the 6 sense bases, and then letting go of whatever that arises that the mind may try to attach to by understanding anicca, anatta. Is that a correct way of practicing what is considered mindfulness in Western literature?
Could you repeat your question?
So I guess I wanted to ask your opinion. I understand mindfulness practice as the practice of sati and sampajanya,
right,
at all the 6 sense bases
yeah,
and day-to-day life. So, and if anything comes up that the mind wants to attach to, letting go of that by understanding dukkha, anicca, and anatta of those things that arise.
Right, right.
That's the
So,
right way to practice.
Is that the question?
Is that the correct way to practice?
Right. One more thing I must add. That is partially correct. And the other part that you have not mentioned is that whatever arises through our senses, we pay attention to them without greed, hatred, and delusion, with impartial attitude, and also see that they are rising and falling, they all are impermanent. And clear comprehension is that when we do this, we also have to keep in mind the purpose of doing this is to clean the mind and liberate ourselves and attaining the goal. That keep in mind that part is called sampajanya and the other part is called sati. So you are doing okay, except this little change you can, this additional thing you can add to your practice. Yes.
Thank you, Bhante.
You are welcome. Another question?
The next question, another one by email. Dear Bhante, you once mentioned that eventually we can see all the aggregates rise and fall in unison. Is this the point we experience not self?
Right. That is the time you don't experience self. That is the time you experience all the aggregates. It is very interesting question. You know, at any given moment, if any simple thing arises in our mind, that particular thing comes along with all five aggregates. For example, you touch your forehead, or you feel a scratch. You feel scratch, or some kind of a sensation you feel. As soon as you feel that sensation, you know, sensation either coming from eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. That is Vedana. They are called in Pali Chakku Sampasaja Vedana, Sota Sampasaja Vedana, and so forth. And then eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and they belong to the body part. That is the first one aggregate of form. Then you feel the feeling, that belongs to the aggregate of feelings. Then you mentally perceive it, that falls into the aggregate of perception. Then you think about it, that falls into the aggregates of volitional formations. Then you are conscious or aware of it, that falls into the consciousness aggregate. So when one very little tiny thing happens, then all the five aggregates are there in that very tiny little thing. Another example, if you snap your finger, bring two fingers together, thumb and the middle finger, you snap. Then all the five aggregates are there. Form is there, feeling is there, perception is there, thought is there, consciousness is there. So when you see all of them coming together, at the same time and very quickly they all disappear, therefore there is no one enduring entity, fixed entity, permanent entity. All when come together, sound is produced. When they go disappear, sound also disappears. And therefore that is the time you really see selflessness.
Thank you, Bhante. Our next question comes from a participant, that is Nina. Nina, would you like to ask Bhante Ji your question?
Yeah.
Yes. Teruvan Sarnai Swaminathan, my question is, when I am referring to where Lord Buddha instructed people to not to cling to things that we see and hear, and basically leave them right then and there without letting desire or hatred to arouse from those things, I'd like to know if one tries to go about about his or her day-to-day activities without wanting to attach to anything and without allowing things to lead into upadana, is it normal to forget detailed information about events that happened in the day within a short period of time because they weren't really paying attention to like wanting to, like, they weren't paying much attention to it with desire or hatred or anything like that. So they were just kind of like leaving whatever they're seeing and whatever they're hearing. They're not further letting their thought process go beyond that.
Nina, I think if I understood you correctly, you're asking if someone is practicing mindfulness where they're just observing all of these things and not getting caught up in them. Is it normal? Would that translate to a person not remembering events as well, because instead of sort of creating all of this thinking about it and going over it over again, instead of that, you're just having bare awareness of it, mindfulness. Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Did you get that, Bhante?
Yes, surely. You become aware of it, and when your mindfulness is sharp and clear, you will see, as I always mention, whatever arises in your mind, any time in the day or night, in any posture, whatever arises in your mind, you will see it quickly disappearing. And that is what we see with mindfulness very clearly. So we try to hold on to it. That is called upadana. Upadana meaning clinging. We tend to hold on to something because we do not see that it is impermanent. That is impermanent. You don't see that. Not seeing impermanence, you try to hold on to things. Then you can see, anytime you try to hold on to something, that very instant you have suffering, because it doesn't stay the way for you to hold on to it. It doesn't stay even a fraction of a second, and you create suffering by trying to hold on to anything which is not permanent. And that is what you have to keep in mind. You may not be able to do it very quickly, suddenly. You need a great deal of training of your mind. When you train your mind, you can do it very easily one day. Okay?
And Bhante, when she's practicing mindfulness, does this mean that she's going to have it's going to have deteriorate her memory? Like, will she have worse memory because she's not paying too much attention to her thoughts and
No, actually your memory becomes sharp when you don't have too many things in the mind. When you try to hold on to many things, your mind will be cluttered with so many things, and then you tend to forget things. When you don't cling to anything, you will see things arising and falling, and then your mind remains much clean and free, peaceful, so your memory remains very strong. And that is exactly, even the Buddha said in many places, when we have hindrances or fetters in the mind, then memory tends to become very weak. So Buddha, for instance, gave a simile, not simile, one day he talked to monks and said, monks, even if you all, 100 monks, ask me questions like shooting arrows, one after the other, I remember all of them and answer each question accurately, correctly, because his memory was so good. He was practicing mindfulness. In the mindfulness practice, he let go of greed. I mean, he did not have greed, hatred, and delusion. Therefore, mind is very pure and clean. And he was able to do it as the Buddha. You may say that since he is Buddha, he was able to do that. We ordinary people cannot do that. It is not so. Ordinary person became Buddha by practicing this. He did not get this impeccable memory just after becoming Buddha. All of a sudden, he kept on practicing it, building up this habit to make the mind clean. And then finally, when it came to perfections, attain enlightenment. Similarly, when we keep practicing again and again, we too can build up this strength of remembering. And therefore, you don't lose memory, you rather gain memory.
Thank you, Bhante. That was very clear.
Yeah.
Speaking of memory, the next question that came via email, could you please explain the experience of experiencing a memory followed by a strong emotion in terms of the 5 aggregates subject to clinging?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. When you remember anything, if you have not trained your mind to be mindful, whatever you remember you will remember with emotions. Greed, hatred and delusion, fear, tension, anxiety, worry and so on, depending on the situation that your memory began, with persons or situations or some kind of events, something like that. If you remember, you remember in terms of 5 aggregates. You remember the form of, if it a person, you remember the form of the person, sound of the person, and the things exchange between you and the person, and then your perception at that time, your consciousness at that time, all of them come in as a one bundle in your mind, and you remember all of them. And then emotion comes along with that. If you remember something and immediately you think this is just a memory, it came to my mind, and soon this memory will fade away. I don't want to keep this in mind. That kind of things we can deliberately forget. That is why the Buddha said that amanasikaraniya dhamma amanasikatabham. Manasikaraniya dhamma manasikatabham. Manasikarana means putting things in the mind. When something is to be forgotten, we should forget it. When something to be remembered, that we should remember. What is to be forgotten? Anything harmful that happened to us, we try to forget it. Don't dwell upon it. Whenever something happens that is bringing peace and happiness, remember that and practice it and repeat it. So, also Buddha mentioned yasa papam katang kammang kusalena pitiyati. So imang lokam pabhaseti abbha mukto chandima. When somebody does something unwholesome, and then immediately the person realizes that it was unwholesome, from that point onward, that person keeps doing wholesome things again and again. Wholesome thing, beneficial thing, peaceful thing. Then such a person will shine like the moon free from clouds. And therefore, when we remember something, we know that it is just a memory. If it brings you unwholesome, painful emotions, then you immediately be mindful to let it go. So you will shine yourself like the moon free from clouds.
Thank you very much, Bhante. We have a question from Angie in the Zoom session. Angie, go ahead.
Hi, Bante.
Yeah.
Bante. My question is, when something happens to us, good or bad, how can we how can we tell if the universe is at hand in what we're experiencing? In other words, how can we know or gain knowledge to know if the universe had something to do with whatever happened to us, good or bad?
Whatever happens to us, I didn't understand the question.
If something happens to us, good or bad, how can we know if it was the universe uh if it was the universe actually uh doing this or not?
Bhante, I think Angie's question has to do with causation. What's the cause of things that happen in his life, good and bad?
Ah,
Regarding karma.
right. Sometimes certain things can happen due to karma, and actually anything can happen to us due to causes and conditions. If certain causes are there, as a result, that cause creates its result. So, if it were something that happened to you, it can sometimes be the results of karma, but I don't want you to believe that everything that happened to you in your life is due to karma. Some may be accidental, and if we were to think that even accident is due to karma and everything is due to karma, we will be simply be fatalistic. The Buddha's teaching is not fatalistic teaching. But therefore, it is not very easy for someone to give a definite, clear-cut answer to a question like this with what you call exclusive answer you cannot give to this kind of questions. It can sometimes be wholesome due to unwholesome karma or wholesome karma. Sometimes it may not, it may be accidental. Buddha has given a list of diseases in Girimananda Sutta. 48 kinds of sicknesses he has listed in Girimananda Sutta. Only one of them he mentioned as karma vipakaja abadha, due to karma, only one. So there are many other things can happen due to various other causes and conditions. And therefore I cannot say that happens only because of karma.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Bhante, let's see. Another question. This one came via email. I think the context of this question is they were meditating. It's very obvious when I read it, so I'm just putting that out there first. Just when the perceptions were diminishing and I was experiencing a very peaceful time, there was suddenly a disturbing sound, and I saw how the mind reacted to it. First, the unhappiness towards it, and then how the mind was reacting to sound, how it was looking to construct a story. Where did the sound come from? Who is it? Why is it? Then came the naming of the sound, and so on. Bhante, is this not the suffering which the Buddha asked us to see? How things start with contact? Is this seeing Dhamma, Bhante? Or was this all just a bunch of papancha or constructions?
You know, it doesn't matter what term you use it, we put them all as Dhamma. Papancha is Dhamma, unwholesome Dhamma. Whatever phenomena you experience in your life can be called Dhamma. But one thing I must say, when you hear a sound, your mind is calm, you have no any particular thing in the mind. Mind is simply calm. At that very instant you hear a sound. That sound you can use as an object of meditation, not to disturb your mind. How can you do that? I have mentioned it in my book, Mindfulness in Plain English. Instead of going after all other theories, speculations, thought and so forth, you just notice the sound as sound. Just that's it. Whether it is a human sound, animal sound, bell sound, or vehicle sound, doesn't matter. Whatever the sound is a sound. So you take it as an object of meditation and see how you just pay attention to the sound. You will see the sound at first will be very sharp, very strong. And you keep paying attention to it, it slowly fades away. If there are a bunch of sounds, lot of sounds coming together, many sounds, then you can put all of them as sound and see through each sound, that sound is appearing and disappearing, it is high pitch, low pitch, slow, and so forth. All these variations of sound waves after waves after waves will hit your eardrums, and at the same time they all disappear, one after the other, they all disappear. And that part you can use as an object of your meditation, rather than going after the background of who made sound, why this time, and so forth. When you begin to ask this kind of questions, you disturb your mind, you cannot practice mindfulness. The mindful practice is to notice the sound as sound, and without getting upset, without being disturbed, just use it as an object and see how it changes, how impermanence is in that sound, because sound is not permanent. Any sound is not permanent, no matter how many sounds you hear, even at the same time. You can hear only one sound waves at one time, because the mind is so sharp, it can pick waves after waves after waves after waves after of all these sounds, and then you can see them all coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. They are not permanent, and that is what you have to use, you have to do in your mindfulness practice, seeing impermanent nature of the sound, not going after all kind of background checking up. You are not a politician, you are not some kind of such a person, but you are developing a spiritual practice to calm your mind, make your mind peaceful, get rid of your own greed, hatred and delusion. That is the message that you have to keep in mind.
Thank you, Bhante. We have a question from Phil Grossman in the Zoom session. So, Phil, please go ahead and ask Bhante Ji a question.
Hello, Bhante. My question is, I've been encountering a few times an obstacle in my meditation where as I become very concentrated, I've started to experience what I think is PT. But as I focus on the PT or experience the PT, I notice a sort of fear starts to arise, and the pleasurable feeling becomes sort of scary, where my heart's speeding up, and I get to a point where it feels like if I continue focusing on the PT, I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it sort of feels like I'll be lost, and then I can't continue to concentrate, and I feel like I need to sort of switch the meditation, and then it kind of takes a time to relax again, and then I kind of have broken my concentration. I'm just wondering if you have any ways to deal with that sort of experience, what I should do when that occurs.
Yes, yes, sure. If you experience pity, that's a good sign. If you experience pity. But at the same time, if you have fear, some kind of anxiety with the pity, then that is not a pity. Pity doesn't come with anxiety or fear. When pity arises, there is no reason to have fear. And pity also is not something coming along with greed, desire. When everything is calm, relaxed, peaceful, everything is happening harmoniously, at that time when pity or joy arises, and that time no fear can arise. When fear arises due to desire, greed, craving. Buddha said, tanna jayati soko, tanna jayati bhayam. Bhaya means fear. From tanna jayati soko, from craving, from greed arises grief. From greed arises fear. And therefore, you should not have any fear or grief when real pity, real joy arises. Joy or pity arises, as I mentioned this morning, when your restlessness and worry all fades away, joy arises in your mind. There is no reason for you to have fear along with the joy. So look at your mind. What is the reason for your fear? Fear of losing something. Maybe you may have fear of losing your pity, your joy. You don't have to worry about losing your joy or pity because real pity arises based on your achievement, your success, seeing the truth. When you see the truth, you will have very powerful joy because it is not very easy for someone to see the truth. When you see the truth, say for instance you are, take mundane example, you are practicing, doing some mathematics. You work very hard and work and work and work, and finally you get the result, answer. Then you will be very joyful. At that time you will not have any fear of losing what you got. You got something real, correct answer. You are not going to lose that correct answer. It is going to be correct answer. Similarly, when you have a real joy arising from seeing the truth, and truth never becomes untrue. Faults can be wrong, because one time you say something wrong, false, and then you will have fear of discovering your fault. But when you found the truth, you shouldn't have fear of losing the truth. Truth remains to be the truth. And therefore, your joy may not be arising correctly. You keep your practice, and from the very beginning, you try to overcome any restlessness, worry, and fear, and overcome your hindrances, especially when hindrances are overcome. When hindrances are overcome, there is no reason for you to have fear. Okay? Any other question?
Brian?
Brian?
Brian, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I pressed unmute a few times. I don't know what happened. So
You're
next,
sleeping.
next question. So this person has been watching the feelings and sensations associated with a particular memory. And yet this memory is still recurring. And so the person is wondering why, even after being mindful with the memory, observing the feelings and the memory and the feelings and the sensations, why they are not released from this memory occurring. And they want to know if this means that they are not investigating the 5 aggregates closely enough.
Yes, yes. Not investigating the 5 aggregate closely enough, one thing. And secondly is when you have a certain memory, you must understand that is not something very permanent. This memory arises due to certain conditions, and when those conditions are no longer there, that kind of memory will not happen. So whenever you have memory of certain things, immediately you become mindful of the fact that this situation is not something permanent. This happened due to such and such because of ignorance of that particular person, or your own ignorance, because of your own selfishness, for your own anger, and you're not understanding the situation, and so forth. Whenever you remember certain things, when it creates certain emotions, you investigate your own state of mind very mindfully. You first have to develop your mindfulness before you do your investigation, because when you try to investigate unmindfully, you will fall into wrong trap, and you'll be trapped. You fall into wrong track, and therefore you got to develop your mindfulness before you practice your investigation. Investigation has to be impartial investigation, unbiased investigation. For that, mindfulness is definitely the factor that helps you. If mindfulness is weak, then investigation also becomes weak. So build up your mindfulness before you do investigation. And then you will not fall into that emotional trap.
Okay, thank you, Bhante. I think this will be our last question for this session. This comes from Don. So Don, when you're ready, you can ask Bhante Ji your question.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Bante, for taking the question. I have recently heard your meditation instructions and have been very inspired by them, and would like to meditate or have a practice, a more regular practice. What would you suggest I do in terms of how often I should meditate and for how long, and what the object of my meditation could be? Should it be like breathing? So because I'm at the beginning of my journey, I would like to get your guidance, please.
Yes, it is a good question, practical question. If you want to build up your meditation, you do it at least twice a day. In the morning is called in Pali, in Sanskrit, Brahma Muhurta. The best moment is in the morning. Mind is relatively calm, peaceful, free from anxiety, tension, from good sleep. Therefore, morning is a very good time. Before everybody gets up, before you get involved in various activities, just after getting up, washing up and so forth, you sit and meditate at least once. You meditate for 30 minutes, the minimum. And in the evening, after your day's work, after all evening activities, meditate at least another 30 minutes to begin with. In between, whenever you are tired in your working life, I would suggest you take 1 minute every hour to meditate. That means wherever you are, you stop whatever you are doing only for 1 minute. Close your eyes, focus your mind on your breath, and don't think of your work, don't think of what you have been doing, don't think of what you are going to do after this 1 minute. Just give yourself this treat. Close your eyes, pay attention to your breath, breathe maybe 16 or 15 inhaling and 15 exhaling slowly, focusing your mind only on the breath without thinking anything. And do it every hour on the hour. If you work 8 hours a day, you would have easily 8 minutes meditation. 8 minutes meditation. When you come home in the evening, you will not have a nervous headache. Your mind still will be very clear, clean, and have a very good meditation. Perhaps you may think of extending your 30 minutes to 35 minutes, and so forth. You build up the momentum. From the morning till evening, you do this practice, then build up the momentum to practice. Then go to bed with mindful, peaceful state. Practice metta. Practice metta and go to bed. You have a very good sleep. As soon as you get up next morning, you will notice your breath and then start your practice. I think this is very good practical question. I would suggest anybody to do this. This is a very practical advice. So friends, that's all time we have this afternoon, and we can have 15 minutes break before Bhante Rahula comes on to give his presentation. Thank you very much for participating in this virtual retreat. I noticed many people participated in it. There's a very uplifting feeling to everybody. Thank you. Continue your practice.
Thank you, Bhante.
Thank you.
So as Bhante Ji mentioned, we will have a 15-minute break here, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock for Bhante Rahula's session. So
Yeah,
see
I
you
think
soon.
we don't want to introduce Bante Rahula. Bante Rahula served Bhavana more than 22 years as a vice sabbath to Bante Ji.
Right.
So Bante Rahula is a very famous meditation instructor and meditation teacher. We are very lucky to have him today to conduct a meditation session with us and Dhamma talks. So I would like to invite you again to come 2 o'clock to participate his session. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Bante.
You took all these pictures?
I took probably just over half of them.
It's incredible.
Cool, huh?
Wow. I've got chills.
Yeah. You think you got through the whole slideshow?
Legit. It's incredible. Is it possible to send me a copy of this?
Yeah, definitely.
Would
Jeff
you?
wanted it too, so he gave me this USB thing to put in. I just realized it's not moving, so I gotta have it.
Yes, Brian. Okay, Rahul is here now. Okay, now it is time to start our next item with Bante Rahula. As I mentioned before, Bante Rahula, we don't want to introduce him. Bante Rahula and meditation, Bhavana Society is not two separate things because Bante Rahula had served as a vice president, vice abbot, 22 years to Bhavana Society. And also Bante Rahula is famous meditation and Dhamma teacher around the world. And in this time, we are very lucky to have him for our one-day retreats. I would like to invite Venerable Bante Rahula to conduct his session. Thank you very much, Bante Rahula. Bante Rahula, your microphone should unmute.
Got it. Oh, wait. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
It's mute.
Can you hear me, Brian?
Loud and clear, Bante.
Loud and clear. Okay.
So good to be with you.
Well, thank you very much. And it seems that I've seen this place before here. Seems like I'm sitting in a meditation hall again.
Familiar faces too.
Yes. Well, hello to all my friends out there and to Bante Ji. I want to thank Bante Ji for inviting me to participate in this very auspicious and valuable program. I was asked today to, give a talk in a meditation practice on awareness of the body. And I think most of you, have a familiarity with the teachings of the Buddha and the main teachings on developing mindfulness and insight meditation are outlined in the 4 foundations of mindfulness. And, that starts with mindfulness of the body. And there's an important reason for that, because this body is basically the home for our mind. Now, we all know that the deepest roots of suffering, even though we have physical sufferings, but the deeper root of suffering that the Buddha mentioned was mental. And it's in the past accumulated thoughts of greed, hatred, and delusions over many lifetimes, or even this lifetime, that are remembered in the unconscious mind. And they come up, all these habits of thinking, worrying, fear, guilt, worry, remorse, greed, and hatred, and so on. These are always coming up as fetters and hindrances to cause us problems in our regular life, as well as even in our meditation. So, the mind operates through this body. And the body is always in the present moment. It's always just here, whether it's sitting, standing, walking, moving, laying down. It's always in the present moment. It's our mind that's always going back and forth between the past and the future. We remember something from the past, something stimulates a memory to come up, or an emotion, and we project that into the future. Because our mind is not grounded in the present moment. And it's not grounded in the body, because the mind operates through the delicate nervous system of the body. And actually, the mind was born together with this body. And at the moment of conception, when you were just a a one-cell new organism in the mother's womb, consciousness is already has come and has joined together with that the new name and form, or that one-cell organism. So consciousness basically is there at the moment of conception or shortly after. And for 9 months, that consciousness was going through the cell division and going, as the cells divided, consciousness went into each of those cells, and they're all interconnected. So in 9 months, for 9 months, that's all the mind knew really was this body. It's intimately connected to the body, because consciousness, every cell of the body has a kind of consciousness or rudimentary awareness. And they're all tied together. And that's how the body knows to heal itself. They communicate. You know, you feel something in your toe, your brain knows about it, and vice versa. So the body and mind are really cannot be really separated. We can be unmindful of it, of course, but the main thing is that for 9 months, the body and mind were intimately connected, and mostly in the present moment, just with that tremendous life force going through. But only after birth, and then after the young baby comes out of the womb, and after several months, when people start giving it all kind of attention and so on, it loses that intimate connection with the inner body and the sensations of the body, and starts to focus outwardly. And then because people giving it things, and it gets caught up in then pleasurable and painful feelings, and its memories of, people give it pleasant objects, and then it starts to want that person to come again in the future, because that person gives them pleasurable feelings. Or if some object gives it a painful feeling, it then starts to not want that object to come again in the future. And so that's how the past and the future is born in the mind, actually. And it becomes focused in the external world. And it starts developing greed, wanting these pleasurable feelings again in the future, and wanting the painful feelings not to come again in the future. And this process of mind just keeps on snowballing, and we repeat our habits. So, and as the person grows up, their mind gets, everything is in the future, basically. Most people's minds are constantly in the future, especially younger people. Because younger people, believe that they're going to have, a whole life ahead of them. And hopefully most of them do, but we know that many don't even survive, childhood. And old people, they don't have much future to think about, so they ruminate more in the past. And mainly it's because they become disconnected from the body. And that's why I think the Buddha chose mindfulness of the body as a way to get reconnected to the present moment. Again, it's not just the body, but the body is in the present moment. So when we are feeling the body, when we remember what the body is doing, now it's sitting. And just keep on remembering, sitting, or breathing in, sitting, breathing out, sitting. If you can keep remembering that for longer and longer, then you will stop thinking about the past and the future so much. And all problems are associated with the past and the future. Try to think of any problem that you have and see if it's not connected in one way or another with the past or the future. I think you'd be hard pressed to find any problem that's not connected to the past or future. So by learning to get re-grounded and connected in the body as a way for entering that flow of present moment awareness. And so that's why, the Buddha chose the body. One of the reasons, there are some other reasons too, but the one that I feel is the more important is that it helps you to get reestablished and grounded and connected in the body where the mind is operating from. You get in tune with the subtle vibrations and sensations of the body that normally we're not aware of. And that is where the mind is operating from. So the mind is in the sensations, perceptions, thoughts, memories, and emotions are all, arising as reactions from various stimulation, and they're arising from the unconscious into our conscious mind. But we don't see them when they're arising because our mind is either half asleep or it's lost in various thoughts. So we don't see our thoughts, feelings, and emotions arising because we're not grounded and centered in the subtler awareness. So this is kind of just a sort of a theoretical basis of the awareness of the body and its importance in developing the meditation practice. Because again, the body is something we have with us all the time, 24/7. We're carrying this 100 or more pound body around with us all the time. And we've never been taught how to use it properly, how to use it to maintain present moment awareness, to maintain being grounded and centered. Who's ever taught you that? Besides, maybe meditation teachers. But your parents didn't teach you that. Even the doctors that you had when you were young probably never taught you that. Politicians don't teach you that. These are very essential points. And only somebody like the Buddha really emphasized that, and that all the aspects of the mindfulness of the body teaching, the first foundations of mindfulness, are all about learning how to keep the attention in the body, whether you're contemplating the 32 body parts, whether you're contemplating the 4 elemental vibrations and so on. Even while contemplating those, your attention is in the body and feeling those sensations. But in meditation practice also, the nervous system is, meditation happens between your brain and the spinal column, really. That's where life takes place. Because life is nothing more, the process of life are simply moments of hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, touching, and then thinking and reacting to those things, or remembering memories that are occurring in the present moment. And in order to be able to really clearly see those, then the nervous system has to be in an optimal state, and especially in sitting meditation. So that's why the posture is very important. In fact, the very first teachings of meditation, in the either the Anapanasati Sutta or the 4 foundations of mindfulness, even before watching the breath, the very first instructions were a person sits down and keeps their back straight, right? Keeps their back straight. That's what a lot of people overlook that. And a lot of people can't keep their back straight because they haven't done the proper exercise, and so their back muscles are not very strong, or they've injured their spine, or maybe just for some other reasons, but basically, and also our neck muscles. And so the first thing that happens when you sit to meditate is gravity, grabs this head, that weighs 5 or more pounds. And this head is resting on your neck vertebrae about the size of a 25-cent piece. and gravity is trying to pull it down. The first thing that happens, gravity grabs this big chin sticking out. And you see people's chin start going down. And when the chin starts going down, that causes the shoulders to collapse and people start, slouching. And when you look around the meditation hall, you'll see, quite a lot of people, sitting in some degree of a slouched posture. And it's similar to, like, if you have a garden hose at home and you turn the water on, the hose is straight, the water comes out with its full pressure. But if you crimp the hose, then the water pressure slows down and the volume of water comes out. So it's the same way. If we're slouching in meditation, that sort of crimps the wires of the nervous system, so to speak, and slows down the flow of psychophysical energy and electromagnetic energy that that is occurring in the body, or at least the circulation also. So therefore, maintaining a good posture is part of that. And that's why, for those of you who are familiar with sort of my style of teaching, I encourage people to practice yoga. And oftentimes before meditation, we do a few stretches in order to help to get some feeling in the body. A lot of people don't have much feeling in their body, and their body is kind of like half dead. They only feel their body when they stub their toe or get a toothache or cut their finger or get sick. Then they're momentarily brought back to their body, usually for a painful feeling. But otherwise, people's minds are predominantly in the future or just lost in their daydreams, and not really have a good connection with the body. And that's why we so easily get lost in our thoughts, because we don't see the thoughts rising up from the unconscious mind. And thoughts rise up very, craftily and take us over before we even know it. So that's the importance of learning how to stay alert and grounded in the body, to gain that mindfulness and concentration. And so the breathing is part of the body. A lot of people make a difference between just watching the breath or just examining the body, but really, only at very higher levels of meditation can you really separate that. But for most intents and purposes, the body and breathing, is very integrated. And some people may not be able to just sort of, let's say if you're focusing the awareness at the tip of the nose, it's a very subtle sensation, so it may not be strong enough to hold a person's attention, and so they, may not, be able to develop that kind of awareness, at least very quickly. But if you feel the breathing, let's say in the middle of the body with the expanding and contracting sensations of the abdomen, rib cage, or chest, then that's a more dynamic feeling. And there's more sensations connected with that. As Bhante Ji had been mentioning also earlier in his meditation instructions earlier this morning, about how to feel the breath as it comes in through the nostrils, but then as you feel the expanding and contracting sensations of the breathing. So that can also be used as a focal point of developing concentration, or I'd rather call it concentrated awareness. But anyway, so the learning how to develop that mindfulness of the breathing in the body. That's why I call it the breathing body, because whether it's just the body sensations, feeling the blood pulsing in your arteries, or feeling any little, subtle itching, other type of sensations. Those are all in the present moment. Those are still arising in the present moment. The same as the sensations of the breathing process are occurring within the present moment. So it's about keeping the mind in the present moment and, not necessarily focused on one tiny point, although one can do that, but it's not absolutely necessary, because even just that the breathing body, you feel, the breathing going in and out, but all around it, there's other sensations that are also coming and going. But it's a gradual process of learning how to tune in to that body. What's called the body in the body. And that's a term that you'll read in the mindfulness of breathing, or the 4 foundations of mindfulness. It talks about, the body in the body. That means feeling the breath body within the larger physical body. Because, when you really get concentrated, you can feel the rippling effects of the breathing, especially if you're feeling the sensations of expanding and contracting. The expansion of the lungs and so on is pushing a lot of flesh, the rib cage is pushing a lot of flesh out, and that's sending rippling vibrations throughout the whole body that you can feel if you have deep awareness. So, one can focus on the breathing exclusively in the beginning, but at some point, then opening back up to feeling the breathing body, but within the greater, larger body too. And that's where the contemplation of the 4 elements, to feel the earth vibration, water vibration, heat vibration, motion vibration. Basically, these are the sensations that you feel in the body. You feel the buttocks pressing the seat. There's an earth vibration. I like to call it the vibration rather than the element, but because that's what it is, basically. It's kind of a vibration of the nervous system. It's basically the cells and, compressed cells and molecules and atoms of this body. Because that's what this body is, actually. This body is just, and any biologist can tell you that, this body is comprised of billions of cells. Cells are comprised of many thousands or millions of molecules. Molecules are comprised of many thousands and millions of atoms. And atoms have electrons going around them. That's what differentiates different types of matter, is the amount of electrons going around the nucleus. And so electrons is basically electricity. And so this body that's all the body is really, is a mass of vibrations in that sense. And so the 4 element meditation, contemplating the 4 elements, is you're feeling these things, You feel your buttocks pressing the seat. Instead of saying, that's my buttocks pressing the seat, you say, that's the earth vibration. Or my hands touching together, earth vibration. Or feeling your lips touching together, the earth vibration. Or feel saliva in your mouth, the water vibration. So like that, even in that contemplation of, within the contemplation of the body, it's about tuning into these sensations. And even if you're contemplating 32 body parts, the only way you know a body part is by feeling the quality of its sensation. You can feel the head hair, a certain sensation that causes, or body hair, or the skin, or the teeth, the nails, all your different organs. Every part of the body has a different quality vibration to it. So I'm just saying that to point out how these contemplations of the body, even though, you're supposed to, you contemplate these body parts and seeing them as impermanent and so on. But that's one aspect, but in order to get detachment from it. But the other one is to help you to keep the attention grounded in the body and to feel the subtle vibrations, because everything else comes from vibration. And basically, the 5 aggregates are material form, and that means the vibrations actually. And then the feelings that these vibrations produce. These vibrations are felt as something painful or something pleasant or something neutral. But it's the vibration which is the material element. And then the perception, then the mind remembers that feeling of what your hands touching together is, and then it says, oh, that's my hands touching together. But that's just it's remembering a sensation, perception. Perception is simply a mental picture of the vibrations of how we've learned through language and conditioning to to identify them. And this is a very important part of understanding how the mind works, where the mind turns vibration, which is essentially an empty vibration, into some kind of an object that's then projected in time and space, and then we get attached to it. And we develop our love and hate relationships to it, our greed and anger, because we don't understand the real nature, the elusive nature of perception. And even the Buddha gave a simile of the 5 aggregates, was, the bodily body, the material form is like foam, right? You see some foam floating on a river and you go out and poke it with a stick, you see it's not really solid, it's just, so the same way, this body is just compressed energy and is not solid. But the illusion of the solidity comes. And then the perception is like a mirage. A mirage is something that appears to be real out in front of you, but when you never get to it, because the closer you get to it, it keeps on going further away. So anyway, I'm just mentioning these things because this is part of that, investigation of the Dhamma. But it starts from being grounded in the body, because again, that's where you're able to see these, subtler sensations that normally we don't feel them. And the more that you can feel, the more focused and concentrated you'll become. And that's also one of the reasons why I teach yoga or have people do some yoga stretches before meditating, because when you're doing that, and also when you combine it with deep, slow breathing and doing these simple kind of stretching movements, you can almost feel like this electricity, going up and down, the body, or in certain parts of the body. And after you do several of them, you can kind of feel this, kind of just inner, vibrations, like you were standing or sitting on a vibrating machine, being the activated life force that comes through, deep breathing, and then the exercises that help to get that oxygenated blood out to the cells of the body to charge them up. Because again, most people's bodies are half dead because one thing, they don't do deep breathing very much, and their breaths are very shallow, short and shallow. And so they have to breathe quicker in order to get enough oxygen into the bloodstream in order to properly feed all of the cells of the body. But you can't do, if you're slouched, it's very difficult to do deep, slow breathing because your chest is contracted and the rib cage are contracted in. But when you're sitting straight, then you can feel that kind of expansion, and also holding the air in the lungs for a couple of seconds allows time for all that oxygen to get out into the bloodstream and out to all the cells of the body. And by just doing that kind of deep, slow breathing for, 5 minutes or so, you feel very energized. And especially if you are also combining it with some movements. And then when you sit down, it's like you're already meditating, because you have something to immediately come back to and hold your attention, because by and large, it's quite pleasant. A lot of times we only react and feel the painful sensations in our body, but when you are doing this kind of, breathing and proper type of exercise, there could be some pain associated with it, but there'll also be this pleasant kind of vibrations there too that help to hold your attention in the present moment. Because if the mind is always seeking pleasure, and if it doesn't find any pleasure in the body, it's going to go to the past and the future and try to drag up all kind of, memories and so on. So we have to create a pleasant environment for the mind to want to hang out. It's going to hang out with the body, right? People like to hang out with others. Or people like to hug other people's bodies, don't they? What about hugging your own body? Now, that doesn't mean you're hugging it in a narcissistic way or something like that. That means you're just feeling that intimate, bubbling kind of life force that's going on, that's natural, that's nature, that's pure nature, that's going on just under your skin, literally just beneath your nose. There's a parallel universe. There's a parallel dimension of the subtle body. And when you get in tune with that, then it's very, very easy to meditate, because that's also, it tunes you into the stream of the present moment awareness. The natural state of our mind is present moment awareness, but we've lost that. Just like with the baby, when it first comes out of the womb, the baby's mind is still basically in the present moment. It doesn't have thoughts of past or future in it. That only comes later after several months. Again, as I mentioned before, with people coming over and giving it things and, giving it its first chocolate, and, I want that again, Then thinking about when are you going to get that again. So when the mind is in the present, then these thoughts don't come up. So, and that's why, concentration, right? The jhana factor. So you can, by keeping the mind in the present moment, actually, that's also concentration. Concentration is simply unbroken mindfulness. Mindfulness means alertness. Now, we can focus that alertness on one object if we want, or we can just rest it in the present moment and be alert to the stream of impermanence and sensations that are constantly coming and going. Of course, that's the vipassana, method, or the development of the vipassana awareness. But basically, when you're able to follow that stream of awareness without the mind getting distracted or lost, basically that's very similar to the state of a jhana. And you get piti and the sukha coming up with that. And that's your applied and sustained attention when your mind is, really grounded and focused in that breathing body process. And then you can easily see the thoughts that are being triggered off by, maybe some unpleasant sensations or pleasant sensations or the random memory, because you're deeply grounded. So anyway, this is just a kind of a overview of that, what the process of the the body and mind is, and where, you know, the meditation really starts with that. And the whole foundation, you know, the 4 foundations of mindfulness is a step-by-step method for learning how to re-enter the flow of awareness without getting trapped by our feelings, perceptions, volitions, and even our ego consciousness, and so on. But, you know, it's easier to observe the body than the mind in the beginning. And also because, as I mentioned, the body is the natural stepping stone to reach the mind. And, you know, it automatically, that awareness automatically unfolds. So, and then, you know, all insights come out of that. And so, you know, you can gain concentration, mindfulness in concentration. A lot of people, you know, they hear about concentration, and when they think, you know, all the things they've heard about, oh, you get concentrated and you feel this, get blissed out, and maybe you'll be able to have some kind of powers or something like that. And so a lot of people want to just immediately try to concentrate. Most of them don't succeed very much. And that was never the Buddha's teaching. And in all the Buddha's teaching, mindfulness comes first. In all the lists of mental factors, and mindfulness comes first. In the Eightfold Path, of course, we see that mindfulness precedes concentration. In the spiritual faculties, we see that mindfulness precedes concentration. In the 7 factors of enlightenment, even mindfulness precedes concentration. Concentration doesn't arise until the 6th level. And as I said, because concentration is simply unbroken mindfulness. And the reason why we can't get concentrated is because we're not mindful of the hindrances. Those are the things that block our concentration. If the mind didn't have hindrances, we would always be in a concentrated state. That means the present moment. The concentrated state means the mind is resting in the present moment. It's either resting, focusing on a particular object, or it's resting in the present moment, and the flow of awareness is the object's coming and going, but the mind is not moving. The mind is resting in the present moment. That's a concentrated state. So you can reach concentration through developing mindfulness. And of course, that's, you know, you've heard the terms, I'm sure Bhante Ji has talked about this quite often, about, you know, there's, you know, some people who are good at concentration, okay, they might choose a meditation subject like Anapanasati, practice that, and maybe without too much difficulty, they might be able to develop concentration. But the danger is getting stuck in that and not wanting to then use that concentrated state then to reflect on it and develop insight into even the impermanence of these jhana factors and impermanence of the mind. But anyway, that's a whole nother topic. But so this is what I wanted to you know, to share with you, and also in the after in a short time, then we're gonna, after this talk, then I want to for those who like, I want to stand up for a short break because you've already been sitting for quite a while, and then do several minutes of this some simple breathing and stretching. They're not difficult, very easy, before we sit down to do the meditation. So you know, in the awareness of the body, again, the idea is to use that body as to become grounded and centered. So I use these terms grounded and centered because being centered means it's kind of you're feeling sensations all around. Once you get grounded in the body, and the breathing is there in the middle, and you never let go of the breathing because the breathing is always there in the center of the body, especially if you're focusing on the expanding and contracting movements. You can't help but notice them because they're right there in the middle. But at the same time, there's other sensations being felt around that. And especially if you move your attention through the body and get used to feeling parts of the body, like focus on your feet and toes to feel some little sensations there, and then on your hands and fingers and on some other parts of the body, and even where the clothing touches the skin. That's often overlooked, but that's also can be a very powerful way to stay connected to the present moment. And the sensations on the body are also just present moment sensations. And, they're all over when you're wearing clothing. So that can, and most of them are pleasant. They're kind of just there in the background, but that holds the attention there and to kind of feel the outline of the body. And when you really develop that awareness of the body, it's almost like, you can feel this outline of the body, and the breathing is there in the middle. So that anything that happens in the nervous system, you can more easily be aware of that when any of the sense organs are stimulated. Even the sound, when you hear a sound, that sends vibrations through the nervous system. That, if you hear a loud sound, how sometimes the body jerk like that. Okay, well that's because the sound vibration is going through the nervous system in the same way with all the other senses. And so, we're listening to that flow of the the six sensory stimulations coming through the body and mind. And the mind basically arises because of that, the conditioned mind. And one of my favorite, statements from the Buddha is that the world, the arising of the world, the ceasing of the world, and the path leading to the ceasing of the world is right within this 5 or 6 foot long body with its nervous system, sensations, and thoughts and consciousness. And so basically our idea of the world, is starting with that moment of contact of any of the senses and those vibrations that are then aroused, and then the mind going through its process of feeling, perception, volition, and then we see the outside world, but it arises as just a sensation. And it arises there within, the body, in the nervous system. And that's why when you're grounded and centered in that, that's what I call the connection to the present moment. This breathing body is the natural connection to present moment awareness. Because again, our mind only goes to the past or future because of clinging and desire, and out of its habits and so on. And whenever the mind rests in the present moment or rests in the middle, it's resting in the present moment, because that's the natural vibration of the consciousness is just present moment awareness. And actually, it's very interesting. The word meditation comes from the root word, the spelling, English spelling is M-E-D-I, medi. It's the same root as medicine. It's the same root as mediation. And the meaning of it is keeping your mind in the middle. And so in the middle between the past and the future, which means the present moment. And the same way as medicine. Medicine stands in between sickness and health, right? So we take medicine to get back to health. And a mediator sits in the middle between disputing parties and brings them to harmony. So you can see that the word meditation itself, even though that's an English word, we know that the Pali word is bhavana, but even that means keeping the mind in the middle. And that means the middle between the extremes. There's three basic dualities. There's the body and mind. So you keep it in the middle and see how they're actually intimately connected. Keeping, not going toward the body and not going toward the mind, resting in present moment awareness. That's the middle between getting lost in the body or getting lost in the mind. We're maintaining the natural connection to present moment awareness. And then the past and the future. That's the other duality. So keeping the mind in the present moment is in the middle between the past and the future. Because time is created in the mind. It's like a ticking clock, right? So you got a clock ticking up, tick, tock, tick, tock. As long as the pendulum is swinging, then the time keeps going, right? What happens when the pendulum stops in the middle? Time stops. Because time is created by the movement of the mind between past and future is what creates time. So when you're resting it in the present moment, eventually the time will stop. And you'll be grounded in the present moment. And then the last of these dualities is self and other. We're always seeing everything in terms of me against the world out there. And that's also the feeling of self is created by the past and the future. We remember what we did yesterday, last month, our history, and we project that into the future. And so the ego and desire, basically for pleasurable feeling, also is what creates the illusion of the ego. But it's based on the past and the future, especially the future. I want to go here. I want to do that. I want to do that. And that's what keeps the feeling of I strong in the mind. But when you're resting in the present moment, again, there's nothing to feed the ego, and it starts to dissolve, because the sense of I or self is similar to like an Alka-Seltzer tablet or an ice cube floating around in the water. The ice cube is made of water, isn't it? But it thinks it's separate when the ice cube is floating in the bowl of water. But when the water melts, the ice cube melts, becomes the water. There's no difference between that and the other. So in the same way, that process also occurs by holding the attention in the present moment. Anyway, so I think that may be enough for this kind of explanation, or kind of just a talk about this subject. And so I want to ask Brian. Brian, it's okay if we do a few of these exercises that I mentioned?
Bhante, we'd be very privileged, and I think that'd be wonderful.
So I think we could take a couple minutes break, because I also have to rearrange my camera to do this. And find you people at home. You find a place. You're not going to lay down. We're just going to do from a standing position. Just 4 or 5 simple, fairly movements. So just find a space, maybe 3 or 4 feet where you're not going to hit some item of furniture or something else, where you can stand and see your screen. So anyway, we're just going to take a couple minutes. I got to get a little bit prepared also. And then we'll begin that. And then from there, we go directly into meditation. Okay?
Thank you, Bhante.
You're welcome.
Okay, stage crew. Let's see what we do.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you now, Bhante.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, friends. So we're going to do a few standing movements based on coordinated with some deep, slow breathing. So I hope you have a space there where you can stand. First of all, just try to stand straight and gently close your eyes. Feel your feet pressing the floor. Try to feel your arms and hands hanging at your side. And feel your head balanced on top of the neck. Try to mentally feel that standing body. And just mentally remember standing, standing, standing. It's the present moment of the body. Then begin some deep, slow breathing. Try to start the breath by gently expanding the abdomen, bringing the air into the lower lung, and drawing it up to feel the expansion of the rib cage and bringing the air into the upper part of the chest. Hold the air in the lungs for 2 seconds and then slowly breathe out. Feel that relaxing contraction of the out breath. And feel the last bit of air go out of the lungs. And breathe in again. Feel that upward expansion from the abdomen, rib cage to upper chest. Hold the air a couple seconds to allow the oxygen to get into the blood, the out breath. Let's take a few more deep, slow breaths like that, thinking like this to yourself. Breathing in, letting go of the past and future. Breathing out, standing here and now. Breathing in, letting go of the past and future. Breathing out, standing here and now. We want to coordinate these movements with that breathing. That means we do the movement while breathing in. We hold that position for about 2 or 3 seconds, holding the air in the lungs, then returning to the starting point on the out breath. And we repeat each movement 3 times. It helps to get the energy flowing by repeating it 3 times. Try to feel the sensations that are generated by the movement. And then we'll pause for a little bit longer before going on to another movement. So you can open the eyes and kind of observe your screen or me as I kind of lead you through that. So on the next in breath, raise your arms over the head and interlock the fingers. Turn the palms up, stretch your head back, stretch your arms up, and arch your lower back a little bit. Stretch up. On the out breath, turn the palms down and touch the top of your head. And again, in breath, palms up, straighten the arms, head back, arch back a little. Out breath, touch the top of the head. And third time, in breath, hold that upward stretch longer and feel the sensations. Now release the fingers and on the out breath, lower the arms back to the sides. Just gently close your eyes, try to feel the increased sensations in your fingers, palms. The activated, charged up cells with oxygenated blood. If you can't feel that, feel your feet pressing the floor. Just remember standing, standing, standing. Just letting go of your thoughts, just let the thoughts come and go in the back of the mind. Keep the feeling of the breathing, standing body in the front of the awareness. Okay, next, on an in breath, lift up on the toes while raising the arms over the head in this way. Face the hands toward each other, about 6 inches apart, and stretch up. In the out breath, come back down, arms to the side, heels to the floor. Just use the breath to help lift and lower the body. In breath, like blowing up a helium balloon, the body lifts up. Out breath, back down. In, stretch. Out. Just relax. And feel sensations in your hands or fingers, or any other bodily sensations you might notice. They're all present moment sensations. Or if you can't feel anything, feel your feet pressing the floor. See if you can feel where the clothing rubs against the skin on different places. It's all right there in the present moment awareness. Standing, standing, standing. Okay, next we're going to do side bending. So on the next in breath, raise both arms up over the head again in this way. Keep your fingers and arms straight close to your head. And on the out breath, bend over the right side as far as you comfortably can. But keep the arms and hands parallel to each other. In breath, lift up. Then the other side, out breath. In breath, up. Again to the right, out breath. In. Out. In. Once more to each side, out breath to the right. In. Out. In. On the out breath, lower the arms. Just relax and close the eyes. Keep the attention focused inside. Just try to feel your feet pressing the floor. The arms and the hands at the side. Clothing touching the skin on different places. The head balanced on top. See if you can mentally feel a vague outline of the standing body. Feet underneath, arms at the side, head on top. Breathing in the middle. Different pulsations, sensations. Standing. 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 Here and now, the body. Letting go of the past, future. Okay, now spread your feet apart about 3 feet. Actually have some room to hold your arms out to the side without hitting somebody else or hitting a wall if you can. We're going to do twisting of the spine, lateral twisting. We'll breathe in. On the out breath, look to the right hand and twist the body around to the right. Keep your eyes focused on the hand going back. In breath, come back to the front. Let your feet turn with the body. The next out breath, turn to the left. In breath, back to the front. Again to the right, out breath. In breath. From to the left, out breath. In. Once more to each side. So on your own. And you come back to the front, lower the arms, relax. Feel the sensations in your shoulders or other places where the clothing touches the shoulders or arms. Feel each foot pressing the floor. Hands touching the side. The head on top. Just this body exactly as it is, here and now. Natural present moment awareness connected to the body. Now we're going to do forward and backward bending. You have to be careful with the back bend, not to bend back too far, especially if you have stiff back. Keep the legs spread apart about 3 feet. Let your hands touch the front of your legs. And breathe in. On the out breath, bend forward. Let your hands slide down to your kneecaps the first time. Keep the head up, looking out straight ahead. And try to flatten the spine. Get the hump out of the spine. Legs straight. In breath, lift up. Move the hands under the buttocks for support. And carefully let the head go back. Breathe out, bend backward. Gently, not too far the first time. Keep the eyes open. In breath, carefully lift up. Beware of any shaking. And the out breath, again, let the hands come down below the knees about halfway. Still keep the head up, legs straight. In breath, lift up. And again, the back bend back a little bit more. In breath, lift up. And the third time, let the hands come down as far as you can toward the feet. Then hold that position longer. Feel the stretch in the hamstring muscles, the back of the legs. Come up on an in-breath. Once more, the back bend, out breath. In-breath, lift up. On the out breath, just relax. Feel each foot pressing the floor. Feel the arms and hands hanging at the side. Feel the clothing touching the skin in different places. Feel the head balanced on top. Just this body exactly as it is, here and now. I feel that connection to the present moment. Standing. You can now bring your feet back together. We're going to do one last simple movement, the head turning. Try not to turn your shoulders while doing this. And on the in-breath, just pivot the head, turn the head to the right as far as you comfortably can. Try to look over your right shoulder. On the out breath, turn the head 180 degrees back toward the left. Go over the left shoulder. Just concentrate into the neck vertebrae. Imagine or feel them lifting up. In breath, back to the right. Out breath, left. In breath, right. Out breath, left. The next in breath, let the head stop in the center. Just relax. Just keep feeling the whole body. Try to feel that outline of standing body in the mind's eye. Sense of the feet underneath, the arms at the sides, the head on top. That's a perception. And all those different sensations are feeding into the brain. The brain weaves them together to produce the idea of a body, standing body. And that's a perception based on the feeling, the sensation, which are just cellular vibration. Just to feel that organic aliveness of the whole body. Standing. 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 Okay, friends, so Let's come back to our seats and get ready for the meditation. Let's try to sit in a comfortable position, especially be able to keep your back straight. Try not to lean up on the back of a chair. Try to align the back of the head and the spine in a straight line, keeping the chin lifted up level to the floor. Just place your hands either one on top of the other in your lap or against the abdomen, resting on your legs. Try not to move them during the meditation period. Just gently close your eyes. First of all, just focus your attention down to where your buttocks press the seat. Just feel that hardness, that contact, the sensations produced by that contact. It's the earth vibration, feeling of solidity. Just remember that you're sitting. Now let the awareness kind of move down your legs into the feet. Feel your feet and toes, where the feet press the floor. Or feel some sensations in your feet or toes. Sensation of the socks rubbing on the skin of the feet. The subtle pulse of blood in the feet. Where the feet are crossed and touched together with the toes. And just remember sitting. Now let the awareness move up to feel your hands and fingers where they touch together or touch your legs. It's also the earth vibration. Cells being pressed together, producing sensation. See if you can feel the subtle pulse of blood in the fingers, the palm. Feel the outline of individual fingers or thumbs. Present moment, focused attention. Just letting go of your thoughts. Just let the thoughts come and go in the back of the awareness. Just keep this body parts in the front of the awareness. Now feel the weight of the arms hanging from the shoulders. Feel where the clothing touches the skin of the shoulders, arms. Relax the shoulders. Now move the attention up to feel your head balanced on top of the neck. See if you can find the center of gravity of the head and spine over the hips by gently moving the whole head and spine backwards a little until you sense that tipping point where the body might go backwards, and just stop short of that. Just mentally feel that erect posture. And just mentally remember sitting. Now feel your face. So you can feel it, or imagine the skin stretched over the front of the skull, forehead, nose, chin. And feel the lips touching together, the upper lip touching the lower lip. It's also the earth vibration. And be aware of the dryness or moistness in the lip. There's a moist sensations, the water element, the water vibration. And feel the tongue laying in the mouth. Also, if you feel any saliva, it's the water vibration. Feel where any teeth touching together. or the gums and the jaws. And now feel the eyes resting in the socket, and the eyelids stretched over the eyeball. You might notice some light or colors or patterns or just darkness. You might see a mental image. Or feel the subtle eye movement, even the pulse of blood in the capillaries of the eyes or eyelids. And from that point behind the eyes, start to mentally feel the vague outline of the sitting body, the sense of the buttocks and feet underneath, the arms and the hands at the side or in the middle, the head balanced on top. Clothing touching the skin in different places. Just all those different sensations feeding in to the nervous system, to the brain, giving rise to perception, the idea, the sitting body belongs to me. It's just an idea created out of just cellular vibration. Okay, now begin some deep, slow breathing again. Develop mindfulness of breathing. And try to take 2 or 3 seconds to expand the abdomen, rib cage, and chest. Hold the air in 1 or 2 seconds to feel the pause and feel the relaxing contraction of the out breath. Feel the last bit of air go out to the lungs. Just take several more breaths like that, cultivating this basic mindfulness. And breathing in, letting go of the past and future. Breathing out, sitting here and now. Breathing in, letting go of the past and future. Breathing out, sitting here and now. Breathing in, feeling the whole body. See if you can feel when the air enters the nostril, immediately feel the expansion of the lung, and the contraction of the lungs, and the air going out of the nostril. That's the whole breath body. The incoming breath and the brief pause. The outgoing breath and the brief pause. 4 phases of the breathing cycle. It's like a scientist looking down through a microscope. Just kind of tune the attention to feel that process of breathing. Feeling those sensations. Now we're going to also try to develop a little bit better concentration by counting the breaths from 1 to 10. Still keep the attention focused there in the center of the body. On the next incoming breath, mentally count 1. With the contracting out breath, also count 1. Next in breath, 2. Out breath, 2. In breath, 3. Out breath, 3. In breath, 4. Out breath, 4. In breath, 5. Out breath, 5. In breath, 6. Out breath, 6. In breath, 7. Out breath, 7. In breath, 8. Out breath, 8. In breath, 9. Out breath, 9. In breath, 10. Out breath, 10. Now discontinue the counting. Discontinue any deep breathings, letting the breathing return to its uncontrolled, more relaxed, shorter cycle. But continue to feel it. Just Keep the attention focused there in the center of the body, wherever you can feel the breath the easiest, whether it's at the tip of the nose or the abdomen or chest. And just know when the breath is coming in. And know when the breath is going out. You know it by feeling it, feeling the sensation. If it helps you to stay focused, you can simply just remember in, sitting, out, out, sitting. Connection to the present moment of the body. In, sitting. Out, out, sitting. Breath by breath, moment by moment. Try to have the feeling of like a scientist sitting in the laboratory. This body is the meditator's laboratory. Looking down through the microscope of focused awareness. Just turning up the power of the mental microscope. Notice the details, the breathing process. Try to feel the whole breath body. Expanding in breath, the brief pause, the contracting out breath, the brief pause. And try to notice how each breath is different. Sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. Sometimes you feel it going through the nostrils, sometimes you feel it in the abdomen or the chest. It's always changing. In, sitting, out, out, sitting. The brief pauses between the breaths, to feel that outline of the sitting body. This breathing body is going on within the larger sitting body. It's contemplating the body in the body. Body of breathing within the larger body all around. Especially with each out breath, you feel the body and mind relaxing more and more into the present moment. But at the same time, be alert for thoughts sneaking up into the mind to steal your attention away. If you get caught up in thinking, recognize it as thinking. Just gently let go of the thought. Just take a deep, slow breath, bring the mind back into the body. Back to in, sitting. Out, sitting. Even while feeling the breathing, also notice other sensations coming and going in or around that breathing awareness. Through that breathing body awareness. They just naturally appear, arise, last a moment or two, vanish. The in breath arises and vanishes. The out breath arises and vanishes. Other sensations arise and vanish. Little body movement, or itch, the pulse of blood. Cultivating both mindfulness and concentration. The concentration is the ability to hold the attention in the feeling the breathing body. The mindfulness is the alertness that can notice other hindrances, other distracting thoughts or sensations, trying to pull our mind away. Quicker you notice distractions, overcome them, let go of them. And the concentration gets stronger with less interruption. It's the body and mind relaxing. Should be able to notice more and more subtler sensations, vibration, coming and going, the breathing body. Should be able to notice subtler urges or thoughts arising in the mind. To let go of them before getting lost in them. Breathing in, sitting. Breathing out, sitting. That ongoing, continuous connection to the present moment, stream of awareness. Where sensations come and go, thoughts come and go, perceptions come and go, pleasure or pain come and go, drowsiness comes and goes. These are all just the constant stream and flux of impermanence in the body, mind, and world passing through the nervous system. Just beneath all that coming and going, or mental chaos, or pains, or drowsiness, is the parallel dimension of the now, of the present moment. It's always there, literally, just beneath your nose. If we lose that connection to the breathing body, to the present moment, then the mind gets easily lost and tossed about on the stormy waves of past and future neurotic thinking, greed, hatred, and deluded thoughts, worry, fears. And this body is always inviting you to come and see, to come back home, to rest in the present moment. Rest with the cellular vibration. What kind of perceptions arise based on that sound contact? Sambe Sankara Anichati Yada Panyaya Pasati Atane Bindati Duki Isamagno Visuddhiya. All conditioned things, the five aggregates of this body, mind, and world are impermanent. When one sees this with the eye of wisdom, one becomes disenchanted with suffering. This is the path to purity, to freedom. And thus spoke the Buddha. Now I invite you to end the meditation by chanting the word sadhu 3 times slowly. We take a deep breath, and on our out breath, we chant the word slowly on the out breath. And pause, breathe in again 3 times. Feel that vibration in your body and mind. So breathe in. Sadhu. Now place your hands at the edge of your knees and take one more deep breath. And as you breathe in, stretch your head back, pull your hands against the knees, arch your lower back, hold it a few moments. Then lift the head up, and on an out breath, press the chin to the top of the chest to stretch the neck vertebrae. And breathe in, lift the chin up level to the floor on an in-breath. And relax on the out breath. Put a smile on your face. So friends, it's been wonderful being with you and sharing with you this afternoon, and being able to sit back in the Bhavana Society meditation hall. Brings back a lot of wonderful memories, although we don't cling to them. Okay, friends, so I think it's about, our time is up. So probably not any time for any questions or so. But I want to wish you all the best in your meditation practice. And as Bhante Ji was mentioning this morning, ideally it's good if you can meditate and for a longer meditation in the morning and evening, but especially doing those what I call M&Ms. which are minute meditations during the day. So just an M&M candy is short and sweet, small and sweet. So is a meditator's M&M, pausing for a minute to come back to the present moment, to feel the body grounded in the present moment, or take a few deep, slow breaths, letting go of that, whatever urge for the future, rush to the future, just relax. By doing that as often as you can during the day, it can even be more often than once an hour, but at least that much, as Bhante Ji mentioned, and you might even feel like meditating more in the evening or so. Anyway, I want to wish you all the best in your practice. And remember, mindfulness a day keeps dukkha away. And Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much, Bhante Rahula. I think I can speak for all 174 of us that we are very, very grateful. One question, how can participants get a hold of your teachings in the future? How can they practice with you? How can they be in touch with you?
Well, just as the Bhavana Society has been having our Zoom programs every day in this last almost 9 months, I've also been giving 2 Zoom sessions a week. On Wednesday evening, it's a sutta study and a guided meditation. On Sunday afternoons, it's has been a Dhamma talk. Now I've been going over some Dhammapada verses. So anyway, it's about some talk or discussion for about 50 minutes, and then we do some of those standing exercises every time, just like I was doing with you today, and then sitting for a guided meditation, which is quite similar to what I was giving even today. So those are all on our Lion of Wisdom YouTube channel. So if you just look that up, Lion of Panya Siha, Lion of Wisdom YouTube channel, or go to our website, www.lionwisdom.org. That's our website, and you can click the videos and you'll see that link to the YouTube channel, and all of the talks are put up there. So that's the best place to look.
Sadhu, Bhante. Thank you again.
You're all very welcome. And I want to again thank Bhante Ji for all of his efforts in keeping the Bhavana Society going and having these wonderful programs. And you can see you get almost 200 people listening to your Zoom programs. Only about 30 or 40 come to mind. So it's doing much more good work. So anyway, I'll let you go, and hope to see you again sometime.
Thank you, Bhante. For all you retreatants, we have a 10 to 15 minute break. We will reconvene with a closing talk with Bhante Sadajiwa, the Vice Abbot and Vice President here. So we will see you shortly. Thank you very much.
Should we help you clean? No, we'll leave this out. I can get it.
Okay. Now we ready to start our last session. First, I would like to mention one thing. In the morning, you observe 8 precepts. Traditionally, you should terminate by echo sound is here.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I have to.
I think everybody can me now. Can you hear now?
Sit with you.
Hmm?
Maybe I should just sit with you.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Okay. That's not working.
Okay, now seems good now. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Traditionally, as you know, we terminate 8 precepts if you are not ready to continue 8 precepts. So, at the beginning, better to start
Here. This one? Yeah, more. Yeah. And close it.
Okay. If someone like to continue 8 precepts, they can continue it. Who are not ready to continue, they can observe 5 precepts to terminate 8 precepts to 5 precepts. Now it is time to observe 5 precepts. So I would like you to get in ready for that observation. Then okay. Is there anyone who want to continue 8 precepts?
Nina.
Is there anyone?
Yeah, Nina.
Okay. Okay. Then now it is time to start our session. We ready to give 5 precepts who are not continue, and then they can terminate 8 precepts to 5 precepts. Okay. Everybody say Namo Tassa 3 times to observe 5 precepts.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddham saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sangham saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddham saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammam saranam gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Natiyampi sangam saranam gacchami.
Saranaгаmanang sampunnang. Panati pata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Anatipata Vernami Sikaparam Samadhiyami.
Adinadana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinadana Vernami Sikaparam Samadhiyami.
Kamesu miccachara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kamesu Michachara Vernami Sikaparam Samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musavada Vernami Sikaparam Samadhiyami.
Surameraya majjapama datthana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Suramaraya Maja Pamadattana Vernami Sikaparam Samadhiyami.
Tisaranena saddhing panchasilang dhammang samadhayitva sadhukam surakkitang kattva appamadena sampadetabbang. Silena suggating yanti silena bhoga sampada silena nibbuting yanti tasma silang visodai.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Now we ready to commit to the triple gem. You all can join in with us to chant in English. Homage to the sublime one, the worthy one, the fully enlightened one. Homage to the sublime one, the worthy one, the fully enlightened one. Homage to the sublime one, the worthy one, the fully enlightened one. Such indeed is the sublime one, worthy, perfectly enlightened, perfect in true knowledge and conduct, well born, knower of the world, supreme trainer of person to be thing, teacher of gods and humans, enlightened and exalted. Well expounded is the Dhamma by the Sublime One, directly visible, unaffected by time, calling one to come and see, leading onwards to be realized by the wise. The order of the Sublime One's disciple is practicing well. The order of the Sublime One's disciple is of upright conduct. The order of the Sublime One's disciple has entered the right path. The order of the Sublime One's disciple is practicing correctly, that is, the four pairs of person, the eight kinds of individuals. This order of the Sublime One's disciple is worthy of offerings and hospitality, worthy of gifts and salutation, supreme field of merits for the world. The Buddha, well purified, with ocean-like compassion, possessor of the eye of knowledge, completely purified, destroyer of the evils and corruptions of the world. I revere that Buddha with devotion. Homage to you, so noble bred. Homage to you amongst the supreme. Fearless are you in all the world. May all homage be given to you. The teacher's Dhamma like a lamp, divided into path, fruitions and deathless, both itself transcend and showing the way to that goal. I revere that Dhamma with devotion. Thoroughly understood in the Dhamma and freed from looking through insight. The wise one who is rid of all desire, he is calm as a pool unstirred by wind. Those to whom the Dhamma is clear are not led into other doctrines. Perfectly enlightened with perfect knowledge, they walk evenly over the uneven. Of all the medicines in the world, manifold and various, there is none like the medicines of Dhamma. Therefore, monks, drink of this. Having drunk this Dhamma medicine, you will be ageless and beyond death. Having developed and seen the truth, you will be quenched, free from craving. The Sangha call a field better than the best, who have seen peace awakening after the Buddha's good way, who have abandoned attachment, the noble ones, the wise.
I revere that Sangha with devotion.
Happy is the arising of Buddhas, happy is the teachings of the Dhamma. Happy is the unity of the Sangha, happy is the disciplines of the united ones. They go to many a refuge, those who have been struck by fear. They go to the mountains and forests, to parks and trees and shrines. But none of these is a secure refuge.
None is the refuge supreme.
Not by relying on such a refuge can one be freed from all suffering. But one who has gone for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha sees with perfect wisdom the Four Noble Truths. Suffering, the arising of suffering, the transcending of suffering, and the Noble Eightfold Path that leads to suffering's final end. This is the refuge that is secure. This is the refuge that is supreme. By relying on such a refuge as this, one is released from all suffering. I pay reverence to every shrine that may stand in any place, the bodily relics, the Bodhi tree, and all images of the Buddha. I have gained a vast mass of merits, honoring the most honorable Triple Gem. By the spiritual power of that merit, may my obstacles be destroyed. With candlelight's disciplined dark, I venerate the perfect Buddha, the light of the triple world, who dispels the darkness of delusion. With this incense sweetly scented, made from fragrant substances, I venerate one worthy of reverence, the supreme recipient of offerings. This clusters of flowers, beautiful, fragrant, and excellent, I offer at the holy lotus feet of the noble Lord of Sages. With these flowers I venerate the Buddha. By these merits may I gain liberation. As these flowers fade and wither, so will this body be destroyed. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Buddha. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Dhamma. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Sangha. All actions are led by the mind. Mind is their master, mind is their maker. Act or speak with the defiled state of mind, then suffering follows as the cartwheel follows the foot of the ox. All actions are led by the mind. Mind is their master, mind is their maker. Act or speak with the pure state of mind, then happiness follows, as your shadow follows you without departing. If due to negligence I have done some wrong by body, speech, or mind, forgive me of that offense of Bhante, perfect one of vast wisdom. If due to negligence I have done some wrong by body, speech, or mind, forgive me of that offense of Dhamma, visible and unaffected by time. If due to negligence I have done some wrong by body, speech, or mind,
forgive me of that offense, O Sangha,
practicing well and supreme. By the blessings that have arisen from my practice, may my venerable preceptors and teachers who help me, mother, father, and relatives, male and female rulers, worldly powers, virtuous human beings, the higher beings, demons and high gods, the guardian deities of the world, celestial beings, the Lord of death, friendly people, indifferent and hostile, may all beings be well. May the skillful deeds done by me bring you triple bliss. May this quickly bring you to the deathless. By means of this meritorious deeds, and through this aspiration, may I quickly attain the cutting of craving and greed. Whatever faults I have until I am liberated, may they quickly perish. Wherever I am born, may there be an upright mind, mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May no harmful influences weaken my efforts. The Buddha is the uncasted protector. Dhamma is the supreme protection. Fearless is the silent Buddha. The Sangha is my true refuge. By the power of these exalted ones, may I rise above all defilements.
By means of this meritorious deed,
may I never join with the foolish. May I join always with the wise until the time I attain Nibbana. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. So too may all beings be. From the highest realms of existence to the lowest, may all beings arisen in these realms, with form and without form, with perception and without perception, be released from all suffering and attain to perfect peace. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you. Now it is time to think about the day that is spent with the monks. In the morning, you get opportunity to practice with Bhante Ji, and also in the afternoon, you get opportunity to practice with Bhante Rahul. And also, you had opportunity to listen to their Dhamma talks. All these Dhamma talks, based on particular things that we call meditation, mind cultivation, and the power of mind, how we should take care of our mind, how we should develop our mind to gain benefits for ourselves, for our own liberation, and attain enlightenment. These are the main topics that we focus on today, this session. In this moment, I would like to continue and come to conclusions of our experiences, knowledge that you gain through this session. So, gaining an experience, gaining our knowledge, we have a duty and responsibility to using that knowledge to find our own liberation. We practice meditation, we practice generosity, and we observe precepts. Doing so, we have a goal for our liberation, eternal happiness. Eternal happiness is the goal. So, applying Noble Eightfold Path, practicing these meritorious deeds, we are trying to develop our insight. Why we want to develop our insight? You learn all these lectures and discussions, the power of mind. Mind is the leader, mind is the forerunner. We are living according to our mind. So I would like to continue from that experience that you gain, that knowledge that you gain, to finish today's session. Now you can see this slide. Mind is the commander. Mind commanding us to talk and work. According to our talk and work, we can decide our behavior. Then there are two kinds of behavior, bad behavior and good behavior. Bad behavior, we can recognize through the thoughts that we have, harmful to yourself, harmful to others, harmful to both. This is the recognitions that we can recognize the bad behavior. Why? That behavior coming through the commands of the mind to talk and work with the influence of greediness, anger, and ignorance. That's why that behavior became bad behavior. Where we can find these resources, you can find these resources in Rahulovada Sutta. The Buddha gave us a formula how we can recognize our wholesomeness or unwholesomeness, how we can recognize our bad behavior or good behavior. Then good behavior should be useful to yourself, useful to others, useful to both, because that good behavior should have the influence of moral concentration and wisdom. This is the way that we can behave as a good person, as a wholesome person. And you can recognize what is the reason to be a bad person. So, as a Buddhist follower, now we are working on this path to develop our wholesomeness. Developing wholesomeness means we should apply Noble Eightfold Path. Applying Noble Eightfold Path, we should develop our moral, concentration, and wisdom. These are the development, these are the gain in practicing Noble Eightfold Path. Because now we learn mind is the leader, mind is the forerunner. So we have to take care of our mind with these activities. These activities means moral means sila, concentration means samadhi, wisdom means panya. These are the three things that we can develop through our practicing. So developing mind in this way, now what we can do, we can gain according to the we have defilements, we have to fight with our defilements, we have to work against the defilements. So basically in Sabbasava Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya Sutta number 2, Sabbasava Sutta explaining how we can reduce, how we can control, how we can eliminate our defilements. As you saw this slide, there are three things that we develop: moral, virtue, or sila, and concentration, samadhi, and wisdom. Why we want to develop, uplift those qualities in our mind? Because we have to work against our defilements. Our work against defilements means we are trying to reduce our defilements, control our defilements, and to eliminate our defilements. Whenever we are able to eliminate our defilements, that would be the moment of our liberation or liberation. Whoever attain that level, they are not suffering. Their mind full of happiness. They are not. They don't have reason to be worried. They are mind free from all the defilements. Now in Sabbasava Sutta, explaining about this technique, in Sabbasava Sutta, Buddha explained how it's happening, how we can eliminate our defilements, how we can control our defilements. In Sabbasava Sutta is explaining that. So I would like to share that sutta with you to explain, to gain our knowledge about our practice. Now we are in the Sabbasava Sutta. Buddha explained in Sabbasava Sutta, Attibhikkave asava dassanena pahatabba, Atti asava sangvara pahatabba, Atti asava patisevana pahatabba, Atti asava adivasana pahatabba, Atti asava Atti asava parivajjana pahatabba, Atti asava vinodana pahatabba, Atti asava bhavana pahatabba. So, since in the morning to this moment, you were engaging with so many activities, listening to Dhamma, practicing meditation, and observing precepts. All these activities are in this Sabbasava Sutta explanation, the way how we can eliminate, control our defilements. First one, Buddha was explaining, I'm telling this path, the way how we can eliminate defilements, who are aware of that, who are aware of that. This is very important. It means who has yoniso manasikara. They are the people who can understand this. Yoniso manasikara, in the Pali word, we can translate into English, awareness of origin, current roots. This is origin of current roots. This is the translation that we can use for Yoniso Manasikara. Then there is another thing that we have to focus, Ayoniso Manasikara. unawareness of current roots. These two things is very important. If you know the origin of your the thoughts, feelings that arise in your mind, if you know the roots, that would be very helpful for you to understand whether these roots are connected with your wholesomeness or unwholesomeness. This is the first thing that we should understand. Understanding this first stage, very important. We can pay attention, we can develop our energy, we can put effort to get rid and control that feelings. That's why Yoniso Manasikara is very important. Then, if you are not Yoniso Manasikara, it means we are not aware of current roots, the feelings of the current roots, then how would be the Ioniso Manasikara? If you are living with Ioniso Manasikara, how would be? This is the way how it's affecting to your mind. Permentation of sexuality, kama seva. Permentation of becoming, bhava seva. Permentation of ignorance, avidya seva. These permentations are increasing in your mind. This is happening because of our Ioniso Manasikara, not knowing the origin of the root. So we practice to develop our Yoniso Manasikara right away to understand the thoughts and their roots. What is happening here? What kind of thoughts are arising in your mind? To recognize that we develop our mind. This is the workload that we have to do for what? To control our defilements. So if we are not controlling defilements, as a result of this Ioniso Manasikara, permentation of sexuality is increasing, kamasrava. Permentation of becoming, bhavasrava, is increasing in your mind. Permentation of ignorance is increasing in your mind. Then what is happening with these thoughts? What is happening with these thoughts? This is the way, this is the situation. If you are not control your mind, if you are developing your kamasrava, bhavasrava, and avidyasrava, this is the things what is going to happen to our mind. Unarisen sexuality arises. No one can control it. If you are living with bhavasrava, kamasrava, as a result of that Ioniso Manasikara, unawareness of current feelings, unarisen sexuality arises. And what is happening with the arisen fermentation, it's ready to increase. Fermentation of sexuality is increasing. What is unarisen? Unarisen things are going to arise. What is arisen? Arisen things going to increase regarding sexuality, kama, srava. And also, how about the bhavasrava, becoming? Unarisen becoming thoughts are developing or arises, and also arisen bhavasravas are increasing. This is happening because of unawareness. And also, how about the avidya, ignorance? Unarisen ignorance arises and arisen ignorance will increases. This happening because of Ioniso Manasikara. Now you can see, according to the Sabbasava Sutta, this should be the situation if you are not developing our mind. Undeveloped mind nature would be this. This is the undeveloped mind. That's why we are applying various application, likewise dana, sila, bhavana, sila, samadhi, prajna, to develop our mind. Then Buddha was explaining in another sutta, Satchavibhanga Sutta, There are 4 ways that we can apply to eliminate these defilements. Eliminate by discipline, eliminate by destroying, eliminate by mental cultivation, eliminate by protecting. These are the 4 ways that we can apply to eliminate our unwholesome thoughts. What does it mean, discipline? Discipline means observing precepts, virtue or moral, developing your insight. You can develop your insight through your discipline. How it's come? This is very important things that we should keep in our mind. When we are observing precepts, then we are taming our word and action. Taming word and actions, we can control, we can develop our concentration. How it's come? In the morning, Bhante Ji was mentioning in his talk, you might remember the word suffering. How suffering, what is the reason for suffer? Greediness is the reason for suffer. When greed is arising in your mind, as well as sufferings are there. When greediness is increasing, suffering is increasing. When greediness is decreasing, suffering also decreasing. This happening. This is the method that we should keep in our mind according to the dependent origination. So, sila, moral, helping us to develop our, manage our behavior. This is very important to tame our word and action. Why we want to tame and actions? Because if you are engaging, if you are not controlling your behavior, word and actions, as a result of that actions, then you are creating so many unwholesome thoughts in your mind. How it's come? Just think about, you don't control your feelings, you don't control your, if you are not controlling your feeling, then there is no way to control your ear, nose, tongue, and all these body parts. It's work as you wish. If you, seeing things, greediness will increase in our mind. Just seeing things, then greediness is increasing in your mind. So you ready to grab it without any permission or without any discussions with anyone. You ready to take it. Why is that? Because your greediness, you are working under your mind commands. Those commands are full of greed. So because of full of greed, now he ready to take that as he wish. He don't want to get any permission. Then keeping that things with you, you are suffering yourself. I got it without their permission. I got it, but I don't have ownership for this because this one belongs to someone. But now I took it without their permission. Because of these thoughts, unhappiness is increasing in our mind. No one can control it. Unhappiness is there. So, if you have unhappy mind, unhappy thoughts in your mind, then because of that unhappy thoughts, unhappy mind, we are suffering a lot, and also we are losing our thinking ability. Very important quality that we should develop, thinking ability, to think deeply and widely. This is the ability that we should develop. As a result of that unwholesome behavior, then we are losing that ability. We are not able to think deeply and widely. Why? Clouds are there. What kind of clouds are there? Greedy clouds are there. Angry cows also there, and also ignorance is there. With the uh, with the influence of all these defilements, they are blocking our thinking ability. They are blocking our thinking ability. So we are not able to think deeply and widely. Why? Because just we break the precepts. This is the one reason. We just break the precepts. As a result of that, we increase unhappiness. Increase in unhappiness, we block ourselves, our thinking ability. Now you can see clearly why we are observing precepts. We are observing precepts to develop our happiness. Develop our happiness. That is the one explained in Satchavibhanga Sutta, Sangvara Pahanaya. Sangvara Pahanaya means observing precepts, you can control some defilements, unwholesome thoughts in your mind. And the second one, Pahana Pradhana. Pahana Pradhana means eliminating some kind of behavior. Likewise, I am not telling lie. You are promising to yourself. Not to lie, you are promising to yourself. You are not promising to someone else. You are not promising to the Buddha. You are not promising to the monk. You are promising to yourself. It means another way you are determine yourself not to steal, not to lie. So whatever things happen in there, you are promising to yourself not to lie. This is the way how we can eliminate, how we can reduce some kind of bad thoughts, bad behavior from our mind. Pahana Pradhana. And Bhavana Pradhana, mind cultivation. Meditation means mind cultivation. Developing our mind, we can increase our thinking ability. Increasing our thinking ability, we can control, we can eliminate some defilements from our mind. And Anurakkhana Pradhana, and also Anurakkhana Pradhana means protecting your mindfulness, protecting your virtue, protecting your morale, protecting your good habits. You can control some defilements from your mind. Protecting, you are protecting, particularly protecting your mindfulness. Particularly, I can give a simile for this. We all are willing to be happy. We are working in the morning to evening, having one goal. That goal is to be happy. That is the most important goal that we are maintaining. In this goal, to be happy, this is unique for all living beings, not just human beings. To be happy is one of main goal for all living beings. So, to be happy, now you know through your wisdom, through your thinking ability, if I did any mistake, I can't be happy. If I fulfill my responsibilities and obligations, I can be happy. If I am missing all these, my responsibilities and my obligations, then I can't be happy. You know that. So, knowing that, understanding that, you ready to protect your behavior. Oh, I should fulfill my duties. I should fulfill my responsibilities. This is the way how we can develop our mind, how we can eliminate our defilements according to the Satcha Vibhanga Sutta. Now, let's go to Sabbhasava Sutta. How Sabbhasava Sutta explain about the eliminate the defilements. In Sabbhasava Sutta explain there are few ways that we can use first one, abandoned by seeing, dasanena pahatabba. This is very important word, dasanena pahatabba. as you know, in Noble Eightfold Path started with Samma Ditti. Samma Ditti, there are two kinds of Samma Ditti. In deeper level, Samma Ditti means attaining enlightenment, realizing Four Noble Truths. In mundane level, Samma Ditti means right views. Right views means to have background knowledge what you are going to practice. About your practices, you should have some kind of thoughts, ideas. Basically, as a Buddhist follower, you should have confidence of the Buddha. You should have confidence of his teaching. You should have confidence of the followers, the Mahasangha who apply this method and who got results through this method. You have that confidence. Having that confidence, you can develop your Samma Ditti to get into the deeper level of Samma Ditti, which we call attaining enlightenment. That is the last stage of this Samma Ditti. So, Dasanena Pahatabba, you can abandon by seeing. I like to use the simile for this one to understand in deeper level. As you know, according to dependent origination, this sansaric circle, birth and death circle, have 12 steps. In these 12 steps, starting with avidya pacha sankhara. Ignorance is the main one. Ignorance, avidya pacha sankhara, ignorance is the main roots to accumulate things. Sankhara means accumulations, to accumulate things. So, to end this sansaric journey, to finish this birth and death circle, then what we should do as a first thing, in first step, first thing that we should do, we should eliminate our ignorance. Eliminating ignorance is the most important thing for us to attain enlightenment or purify our mind into top-up level. Now you know, there are people, I mean, according to the Four Noble Truths, why suffering is arising? Suffering is arising because of greed. When the greed is arising, that is the time suffering arises, which suffer arise. So now you know the connection with greed and suffering. Greed and sufferings are same thing in different words, but same thing in different words. So what we should do to eliminate greed? Because no one like to suffer in this world. Everybody willing to be happy. In the Buddha's word, Buddha said, Sukhakhamani bhutani. We are working for our comfort, our happiness. We, not just human beings, all living beings are working for their own happiness. Everybody like to be happy. Everybody like to have comfortable life themselves. So now we are working for that. So in this work, now you can see mainly we should focus on our to eliminate our greed. How we can eliminate our greed? I know generally traditional Buddhist follower might think, oh, practicing generosity, we can eliminate greed. No, practicing generosity, you can't eliminate greed. Why? Greed comes through ignorance. So we should eliminate ignorance. I can use a simile for that. I have two things in my hand. Right now I don't have anything, but just assume I have two things in my hand. In here I have a diamond. In here I have a chocolate. In here someone might be, Brian is here, then I'm ready to ask from Brian, what do you like to take from my hand? Diamond or chocolate? diamond or chocolate. In his age, with his knowledge, directly he might say, Bante, I like diamond. He don't like chocolate. But when I go to a little one, maybe 2 years, 3 years old little boy or girl, and then I'm asking from that little one, what you like? You like diamond or chocolate? That little one directly might take chocolate. He don't care about the diamond. What's the difference with this adult and the youngest one? How it's happened? One is like to get the diamond, other one is like to get chocolate. How it's come? This is the way how we develop our ignorance. Diamond and rock, these two, all these are materials. I mean, in this world, we can see so many explanations to see differences with the diamond and rocks. There are so many explanations. Just think about all these explanations. Everybody like to have diamond. Nobody want to keep rock. Even in our Bhavana Society, there are so many rocks. No one want to take them, any of these rocks. If they are not building anything, if they are building something then they might take those things. Otherwise, no one ready to take any rocks from here. Just think about if we have diamond around this property, then how would be the place? We may need to get some support from securities to protect these things. Everybody like to get these things. If they are not allowing to get, then they are ready to steal these things. It's happening. What is the difference? Let's go to the physician, person who is special with physics, and let him to analyze these two things, diamond and rock. Given opportunity to that person, okay. At the end, they can get into atoms. Now that specialist can say anything about these atoms. What's the difference with the diamond atoms and the rock atoms? Is there any difference with when turned into atoms? There is no difference. All are same. All are same when it's turned into atoms. According to the Buddhist explanation, there are 4 kinds of, actually in the Abhidharma explanation, there are 8 kinds of atoms. And according to the suttas, there are 4 kinds of atoms. Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. And Abhidharma explanation, there are Suddhastaka. There are 8 kinds of things. Rupa, Shabda, Rasa. All these things are connected with these 4 things. And so, when it turned into this origins, there is no difference whether you have diamonds or you have rocks. There is no difference. Then who create these differences? There are 2 kinds of people who help to create these each and every concept. What are those? Who are them? First, who knows the geography? They said, okay, diamonds are very rare. You can't find everywhere diamonds. You can find diamonds in particular places because you can't find this kind of stones, this kind of things in everywhere. This is the explanation of them. This is kind of rare things. Rocks are everywhere, but diamonds are not everywhere. Then economics ready to say, oh, diamonds are rare thing, so there are so many people who are like to have diamonds. Diamonds have demands from the humans. The diamonds have demands. So, according to their explanation, which is very demand, you should increase the price. You should price there, label it, and increase the price. Who are telling that? Economics. Then geography, they said, geography specialists, they said, oh, diamonds are rare thing. Then economics said, which is rare, that is demanded, increase the price. Then in the market, prices are very high for diamonds. Now you can see, look at your mind. Who create these stories? Who gave the value for these diamonds and who decreased the value of rocks? Economics. Now we are fighting, we are arguing with others to buy diamonds, not rocks, and we are like to keep diamonds with ourselves. Why? What is the reason? Because of this is the point, ignorance. At the beginning of any of these rocks or diamonds did not have any difference. All these are coming from same roots. Fire element is similar, air element is similar, earth element is similar, water element is similar. There's no difference as a rock or diamond. Then why we are craving for diamond? Because of our ignorance. Ignorance developed by economics and geography specialists. They both create so many stories. With the help of those stories, we develop ignorance. Now we are craving for diamonds, not for the rocks. Now you can see, Dasanena Pahatabba. Seeing the truth, you can get rid of your desire. You can get rid of your desire, seeing the truth. That's why Buddha said in Sabbasava Sutta, abandoned by seeing, Dasanena Pahatabba. How you can eliminate greed through your wisdom, through your vision. So whatever we have attachment, whatever things we develop our greediness, greed, think about the nature of these materials. Seeing the roots, you can see the truth. This is the things that Buddha said to Dharuchirya, ditte ditta mattan sute sutamattan. Try to see as it is. This is the way how we can touch the reality. Try to see as it is. So without looking the creations, there are so many creations that you can wrap. Using these wrap parts, we might develop our desire. We might develop our ignorance. We might develop our anger, just looking at the wrapping. So without staying this wrapping part, try to go inside to see the nature. And not only that, you can go beyond that nature. Beyond that nature means that nature, the four elements is the four elements only can see through this modern technology. You can see four elements, but according to the Buddhist explanation, we should go beyond that. Nature of that four element is what is? First one, anicca, impermanent, suffering, and selflessness. These are the three characteristics. All these materials are under these three characteristics. If someone can see this reality, that he is the person who can see, who can abandon by seeing. That he is the person who attain enlightenment. Now you can see what does it mean abandoning by seeing. Seeing means not just looking at your eye. Try to see through your vision, open your wisdom. So we are working to develop our wisdom for what? Abandon. You can abandon things. You can abandon your attachment, greed by seeing. Second one, abandoned by restraining. I mean, understanding the first one, you can see so many things. You can understand so many things.
The second one, abandoned by restraining, which is related to the sila. Restraints mean sila. We are controlling our faculties, ear, nose, tongue, body. All these faculties are depending on the thoughts that we have, depending on our mind. So, observing precepts, we are controlling our faculties. Why we want to control? Because it is cause for our unhappiness if we are not controlling our faculties. If faculties are working as the wishes that you have, then you are in trouble. So that's why we want to control our behavior, our word and actions to protect our mind, to protect our happiness. So Sangara Pahatabba, abandoning by restraining. When you are protecting yourself, when you are restraining yourself, then you can protect, you can abandon some defilements from your mind. Abandoning, you can abandon your defilements, restraining. That's the second one. Third one, abandoned by using. Abandoned by using means Pachavekkanaha Pahatabba in Pali. Pachavekkanaha Pahatabba, using. According to the Buddha's advice, when you are eating something, think about what you are eating, why you are eating. What you are eating, why you are eating. You are eating 4 elements. Don't you? Might be fish, might be meat, might be bread, might be rice, doesn't matter, but you are eating elements. Who are eating? These 5 aggregates. 5 aggregates, with the help of 5 aggregates, this faculty is created, this body created, this body is functioning. What is there? They also have 4 elements, nothing else. There, in here, only we can see 4 elements go here and there. This is the reality, but seeing that through your mind, you can abandon using, I am eating for what? To survive, to survive. This is the conclusion that you should come with this analyzing part. I am eating to survive. So, this is the way, Pachavekkana Pahatabba, how you can abandon by using. You can abandon by using, thinking of your behavior, thinking what you are doing. And next one, abandoned by tolerating, Adivasana Pahatabba. How it's come, Adivasana Pahatabba. When you are practicing meditation, you feel I'm a little bit thirsty. I'm a little bit thirsty. I want to drink something. Oh, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. And just think about you have to wake up in the morning to practice meditation. When the bell is rang, you don't want to wake up because your unwholesome thoughts are influenced in your mind. No, better to sleep than meditate. But adivasana, I mean, tolerating yourself. No, I can sleep anytime, but I don't have much time to meditate, so I don't want to miss this opportunity. I want to go to meditate. If you are developing your courage yourself in this manner, this is the way how we control our defilement, abandoned by tolerating, abandoned by tolerating. Because of your sleepiness, because of your climate changes, because of your, okay, now I am very hungry, I can't do it now, I will do it later, or my stomach is full now, I just had my lunch or breakfast or dinner, so I don't want to practice now, I will do it later. In this manner, if you are postponing things, it means you don't have toleration. You are not tolerating. So you can tolerate yourself developing your courage, developing your energy, put effort in thoroughly. This is the way how you can tolerate to abandon your unwholesome thoughts from your mind. Next one, abandoned by avoiding parivajjana pahatabba. In Mangala Sutta, the persistence are explaining asevanacha balanam panditanancha sevana. Don't associate foolish. Associate good friends, wise people. Why? Buddha advised us to not to associate foolish, because if you are going to associate foolish, unwholesome people, that unwholesomeness will influence to you. So avoiding that situation, that kind of people, you can protect yourself. Avoiding, you can protect yourself. Not only that, in Singalovada Sutta, there are a few things that Buddha mentioned to avoid: not to associate bad friends, not to go here and there in inappropriate time, and not to indulgence with music and films in unnecessary way. It does not mention not to watch movie. Buddha did not mention. Buddha said not to indulgence with those things, because those things will happen to you to increase your desire, anger, hatred. That's why Buddha said, avoid those kind of things. This is the way how we abandon by avoiding, abandon our unwholesome thoughts or our defilements, avoiding the place, avoiding the people, avoiding time. You can abandon your unwholesome thoughts from your mind. Abandon by destroying, vinodana pahatabba, destroying. How you can destroy defilements? You can destroy defilements seeing the reality. Seeing reality, you can destroy your defilements. As I mentioned before, if you know the reality of that things, then you don't want to get that. You're not supposed to develop your anger or desire or hatred or any other unwholesome thoughts if you know the reality of that. So if you are aware of that, then you can abandon those destroying those kind of unwholesomeness from your mind. The final one, abandoned by developing. Abandoned by developing means in here meditating. Meditation is the path to gain our wisdom. Gain in wisdom, you can see the reality. You can see as it is. Seen as it is, there is nothing to develop. There is no reason to develop greed, anger, or hatred or any other unwholesome thoughts in your mind if you know the reality. Seen reality, you can abandon developing by developing. Developing means in here developing your thinking ability. Meditation means mind cultivation. Mind cultivation means, I can go beyond that word, that would be beneficial for everybody. Bhaveti etayati bhavana. This is the Pali commentary explanation about the bhavana. Bhaveti etayati bhavana. In our mind, naturally we know there are so many ways defilements are arising in our mind. So many ways defilements are arising in our mind. Objects, there are so many objects already happen to our mind. Then with the help of these objects and the other reason, creating other reasons, we ready to develop our unwholesomeness. Seeing this nature, if someone put in effort to control that situation, that is bhavana. That is bhavana. It's mean seen through your mind, your unwholesomeness, seen your unwholesomeness, developing your courage and put in effort to eliminate that unwholesomeness which is holding in your mind, that is bhavana. So bhavana means mind cultivation. We are cultivating our mind for what? To eliminate defilements which is arising in our mind. This is the way how we can eliminate asrava. Asrava. Fermentations means asrava. These are the roots that we have in our mind to create all unwholesome situation. So according to the Sabbhasava Sutta, we are trying to apply we are trying to eliminate all the defilements from our mind, applying these different kind of methods. But all these methods are based on Noble Eightfold Path. You don't need to worry about, oh, I don't have such a things as mentioned in this particular sutta. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus about the focus about Four Noble Truth, Noble Eightfold Path. Apply this method for your day-to-day life. Applying these steps, you can develop sila, samadhi, prajna. You can develop your sila, you can develop your virtue, and you can develop your samadhi concentration. And with the help of sila and samadhi, with the help of your virtuosity and concentration, you can gain your wisdom. Wisdom is the thinking ability. Whenever, whoever is able to come to this level, he is the person who can think very deeply and widely. As a result of his thinking ability, he can see the truth. Seeing reality, he can eliminate attachment. He can eliminate anger. He can eliminate all other connections, because he's the person who can see things as it is. So we are practicing Dhamma. All these applications are used by us for what? To develop our insight, to develop our sila, samadhi, and prajna. This is the basic things that we should keep in our mind with our all practices. I think this is the way how we can conclude all our activities that you engage today, not just today, actually in your whole life practicing as a Dhamma. So now keeping this mind, keeping these things in your mind, develop your courage, develop your energy to practice Dhamma, to get rid of all these suffering, to attain enlightenment, establish our happiness. Attaining enlightenment means we are going to establish our happiness, because we are working for our happiness. Whatever the activities you are engaged in every day, at the end of all these things, we are hoping to establish our happiness. This is the real way to establish our happiness. You can apply this method as we maintain our theme as a come and see. This is the way, this is the path to come. This is the way how you can see. Then I would like to invite again, come and see. Open your mind and see it as it is, and you can establish your happiness. You can enjoy establishing your happiness forever. There is no any reason to get back your unhappy thoughts if you establish your happiness with your mindfulness and the Dhamma. I think that would be enough for today. Today, whole day, you all were with us, and we all work together to develop our mind develop our wholesomeness, to work against our defilements and to control our defilements, to see things very clearly and to open our mind. This is the uh, uh, main thoughts that we maintain during this period of time. I think now it is time to finish in our program. Before end our program, I would like to share merits with others. Particularly, first of all, think about our departed relatives, friends, family members, and I would like to mention people who support and departed already, who departed and who supports to Bhavana to build up this place and this increase these facilities. Think of them, and also who support us. Name of them if someone departed recently or any other times, and name of you if someone departed. Think about every all and each departed one. Thinking of them, share merits with departed one, saying all departed relatives, friends, family members, rejoice in these merits. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May they be able to attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana, having that aspiration, say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. In these days, particularly, we are talking about the COVID-19 and affected people. Whoever is affected by COVID-19 and any other sicknesses, by the power of these merits and metta thoughts, may they able to get rid of their suffering and pain. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Having that aspiration, make blessings upon them, saying, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. There are so many people helping each other, welfare of everybody, every whole living beings. By the power of these merits and metta thoughts, may they all be well, happy, and peaceful. Also, may you all be well, happy, and peaceful. May you all be able to attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana, having that aspiration, say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And also at the end, I would like to share merits with our group who are working to be success in this program. In here, you can see Brian is here, and Jeff, our office manager, Satima and Bante Damaratana. All these people are working together uh, to run this program. And actually today, you all can be happy seeing this program since morning to this morning. There are so many opportunities we were able to create benefits for you and the society, and to develop your insight, to think about something in different ways. And the word I would like to use, think out of the box. This is very important. We got so many information and we got a lot of guidance through all these lectures and desanas. Now I would like to make blessings upon with our groups and some supporters who are not appearing in this group. And I would like to thank for them, and also I would like to make blessings upon them by the power of all these merits and metta thoughts. May they all be well, happy, and peaceful. May they all be able to attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana, having that aspiration, say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you very much. And then I would like to make an announcement about the next classes. Evening class would be the same as last few months. Starting 6:30 every, not, we don't have class Wednesday, every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. These 4 days, 6:30 p.m. You can join with us to practice meditation and also Dhamma discussions. I would like to invite you all to participate during this time period. We like to continue the evening program in this manner, 6:30 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, thank you very much. It is time to end the program today. See you another time. We are wishing to organize another retreat. I don't know when. Right away, we decided it. We like to make announcement. And then you can get to know through our website, emails, and also other social medias. Bhavana Society have all kind of social medias now, I think. Facebook, Instagram, and what else? Instagram, Facebook, read so many things. Even I don't know the name of those social media things, but all the social medias are connected with Bhavana Society. So the message spread very quickly. Now we can spread the message. And also there's an announcement from our office manager. You can sign up for our newsletter. Every month you can read something from Bhante Ji, and also you can update Bhavana Society news. Sign up for Bhavana Society newsletter. You can use our email info@bhavanasociety.org, and also ask Bhante at bhavanasociety.org. Any of these email you can use to connect the Bhavana office. Thank you very much. Okay. Good night to East. Have a wonderful day to East, and good night to West. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamadurane. Good Saranai. Thank you, Brian.
Everyone.